Okay, so our meeting is now going live stream. It takes 1 second. So let me just let you know when we're good to go. Okay, it looks like we are live. Our meeting is now going live stream.
All right, the meeting will come to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Ader.
You're here.
Iannarino. Hunt. Khan.
Here.
Shupai.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Wong.
Here.
Iannarino. He's connecting.
He is connected. Yeah, unmute.
He just connected. Iannarino.
Here.
Great. All right, thank you very much, Julie. We are going to start. I have a statement to read, and then we'll move into the meeting. Before starting the rescheduled regular meeting, I would like to read the following statement into the record. After receiving multiple posts and notices on social media regarding widely advertised rallies at Wednesday's scheduled regular meeting, and in light of the fact that we could not safely accommodate all expected attendees in person at Walter R. Sundling Junior High School, we determined that an in-person meeting was impractical or imprudent due to the COVID-19 public health disaster. Therefore, notice was given of this virtual meeting in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. We will now proceed to the first item on the agenda. The mission statement of District 15 is to produce world-class learners by building a connected learning community.
We do not have audio.
Might need you to unmute, Julie. That might be it.
And if we can go full screen, please, if possible. Thank you.
Julie, try unmuting.
I feel like
Julie, is your computer silenced by chance?
It is not. It is on full sound.
try that. No.
Does that help?
No. Well, we'll have to ask our friends from Winston to maybe show their video at the next meeting, and maybe we can just say the pledge ourselves.
That
What do
sounds perfect.
That sound okay? Would you like to kick us off, Lisa?
All right, let's do it. I pledge allegiance to
Allegiance to the flag
the flag
of
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Nice. Very, right there. We needed somebody, Mr. Zilke or somebody coming in and doing some leading there.
Something fabulous, yes.
Before we move into our discussion on the Sangamon County COVID litigation, I'd like to say a few words. I'd like to start out by saying that I believe very strongly that District 15 has handled the trials and decision-making brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic in as good of a manner as it could be done. We are truly fortunate throughout this circumstance to have had strong leadership and staff who tackled the puzzle right from the very beginning with a significant level of thoughtfulness, as well as a focus on ensuring a safe learning environment for our students, as well as a safe work environment for our staff. As you all know, good decision-making takes time. It took months to come up with the multiple plans for returning to learn in 2020, which eventually led to the plan that was successfully launched and followed for the 2020-2021 school year. And, at that time, when other schools in our area said they couldn't possibly offer in-person learning for their students, we did. We went back in the fall. We ran both in-person and fully remote classrooms, which protected the health and well-being of both our students and our staff. At that time, our Board of Education and administrative team worked well together to ensure the opportunity for education for all our students. I know right now that everyone is in a rush for a decision, no matter where your opinion falls on COVID mitigation strategies. And I would ask that you let the board do its work. The work of the board can only happen at the board table, as we are relegated to conduct all official business in the public eye with advanced posting of our new meeting time and place. The board itself has no authority unless we are together. So each one of the 7 of us standing separately do not have authority. We have authority as a board sitting together in a meeting with public eyes on us. There have been some commentary about occurrences over the weekend. And I'd like to say that, I want to make sure everybody understands and knows that not for a moment think that our administrative team wasn't working through the weekend when the temporary restraining order out of Sangamon County was released. They worked under the leadership of Dr. Hines to develop a plan as well as schedule to ensure that meetings could be had with the 5 different bargaining units who represent the 2,000 employees of District 15. We needed to hear thoughts and opinions regarding the current situation, as well as begin the process of getting everyone on board to ensure that any implications due to changes in working conditions would not affect our students' access to their education. I've said many, many times in the past that our staff, it truly is the heart and soul of our school district. And not only are they the heart and soul, but their presence is critically important to our ability to be able to host our students each day in our school buildings. Both our students and our staff need to be comfortable with any decision that is made at this board table or in conjunction with our administration. During the last week, I have received far more emails on this topic than any other subject throughout my tenure on the board. And I know the rest of our board is in the exact same boat. We have received hundreds of emails. Regretfully, something missing from much of the communication that was received has been mutual understanding of differing viewpoints, consideration, and respect. This issue has become so politically charged that people seem to have forgotten that a Board of Education is a nonpartisan group entrusted with doing the work of the district. Others seem to have forgotten that putting small children in the middle of emotionally charged debate and decision-making does not benefit our kids at all. Our students deserve a team of parents, educators, and community members behind them leading with kindness and courtesy. We are surrounded by many school districts who were named parties in the lawsuit in question. We were not, thus a temporary restraining order on a lawsuit that we are not part of does not apply to us, making this an actual decision point with many compelling circumstances and opinions to take into consideration. We have thoughtfully asked this question a number of times as we worked through the weekend and into the front end of the week, coming up to the board meeting that was to be held on Wednesday, and then coming up into today. We would ask the question, why would the community not give us a few days to be thoughtful? Why would the community push to have a decision on Saturday or Sunday or Monday first thing in the morning, when we all know that our best decision-making comes when we're given the opportunity to think through the plans. The reality is we should definitely have an interval to make a plan, reach consensus on that plan, and then take the time to operationalize the strategy and ensure that it can be successfully launched. If we had not taken the time to think through all aspects and the potential pitfalls of our return to learn plan, it certainly would not have rolled out the way it did. And we would have had so many issues trying to have our children in person and remote at a time that was very stressful for the whole world. Right now, as we continue on the path to returning to some level of normalcy, this will likely include a movement towards masks being recommended, but not necessarily required. We have to make decisions together with our staff that do take into consideration concern for our most fragile student population, in addition to our staff and our students who have someone vulnerable at home. This isn't a time for a simple vote on which side for or against masking has more people behind the movement. It's also not a time for one board member or one administrator to make a decision in a bubble. Right now, we need to work together towards understanding what an off-ramp to our COVID strategy will be or could be, as well as how to safely begin to peel layers of our mitigation away. We need to consider the emotional and social effects, particularly, that making changes will have on our children. We also need to ensure that any roll-off is managed in a way that leads with education and understanding, consideration, and empathy towards one another and the group as a whole, our community as a whole, so we can eliminate the opportunity for the bullying and shaming that we've seen throughout this week at other school districts. District 15 does not want to be there, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that that does not happen. You know, earlier in this week, I had a community member ask me for my opinion. The general comment was, Lisa, you responded to my email, but it sounds like attorney speak. It doesn't sound like you. Give me your opinion. And my response to him was, quite honestly, I feel done with this. I'm done with masking and all that goes with it. Personally, that's the way I feel. But I also do understand the social responsibility I carry as a member of our society. I'm very fortunate to not be in a situation where I have an immunocompromised family member or a child in my home. I'm also not in a situation where I work directly with fragile, special needs children or young children who are unvaccinated and may or may not be vulnerable. If I were making a decision for my family or my children who are 16 and 21 years old, the masks would definitely be off. But I'm not making a decision for my family here, nor is the rest of our board. Our Board of Education, as well as our administration and our staff, are making a decision that potentially affects the weakest of our 12,000 students and the weakest of our potential 2,000 employees, as well as their families who may be in a vulnerable position. This isn't a decision to be taken lightly over a weekend, nor a decision to be made with partial information and threats coming at you from all directions. This is also not a decision to be made without taking into consideration the true impact of it on our students and on our staff. And most definitely, this is not a decision to be made without considering the social responsibility of all who are involved. I appreciate everybody being here tonight on YouTube or Zoom. Our ability to have public discourse and have everyone be part of our meeting in one way or another is very much appreciated. We are going to begin with the discussion on the Sangamon County COVID litigation, and then we'll move into public commentary.
Hi. Thank you so much. Your words were just inspirational. Tonight, as Ms. Shupai said, we have two lawyers from District 15's law firm of Hodges and Louisi that will be speaking to the board to provide them a high-level overview of the Sangamon County COVID litigation that came down just about a week ago. And to ensure that our whole board is working from the same basis of understanding as provided by our legal counsel. We have been talking a lot about this over the last week, as have so many that are listening in and on staff. And I suppose if you ask 10 people, you'd get 11 opinions. But our Board of Education has hired Hodges and Louisi to be their attorney. One of their primary jobs as a school district attorney is to help the district understand and navigate difficult and potentially legal situations and to mitigate our risk. So that is why tonight we feel very fortunate to have Michelle Todd and Pam Samaga joining us to address the board. When they are finished speaking, I will work with my Assistant Superintendent, Ann Scully, as well as our Chief Communication Officer, Rebecca Latham, to walk the board through. We'll take a deep dive into where we were a few years ago, where we find ourselves now, and we're going to kind of lay out how I want the conversation with the board to go, our decision-making points, and certainly a lot of time listening and talking about the public comment, in which we've received over 100 comments through our online portal tonight to help us make that very important and difficult decision that President Shupai referred to just a few moments ago. So Michelle Todd and Pam Samaga, welcome. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hines, and thank you to the Board of Education for having us here tonight. I know we have a lot of folks watching, a lot of comments, and I know everybody is mostly aware of the Sangamon County TRO, temporary restraining order. So I am, as Dr. Hines said, going to give you a very high-level review of how we got here, what the decision says, and then open it up to the board for any questions that you might have about the decision and its impact. So just briefly, when we're talking about the Sangamon County TROs or temporary restraining orders, there are actually two different lawsuits at play. Judge Grishow combined her decisions into one order, just for purposes of clarification. So we have the Austin lawsuit and the Allen lawsuit. The Austin lawsuit was specific and named 145 school districts in the state of Illinois. Again, District 15 is not named in that lawsuit, but it is students suing these school districts regarding the mask mandate and then the exclusion of students from school when they are deemed close contacts to a positive COVID-19 case. The second case is the Allen case, which is specific to employees, so school district personnel. 21 school districts were sued by these employees, again, regarding the mask mandate specific to staff. And then the second mitigation strategy was regarding testing and the vaccine mandate. So either employees need to be vaccinated or need to submit to weekly testing for screening for COVID-19. So as we all have heard, last Friday, about this time, 2 hours before, Sangamon County Judge Grishow issued a temporary restraining order against these state mandates on the mitigation strategies I just described. Masks for students and employees, exclusion of close contacts who are deemed close or have been deemed close contacts with positive cases for both students and staff, and then the testing/vaccination mandate. Those are the three mitigation strategies that are impacted by this decision, specific to the governor's executive orders and IDPH's and ISB's emergency rules for schools. This TRO was appealed immediately by the Attorney General, and we expect a substantive ruling from the Illinois Appellate Court in the 4th District by next week, February 17th. So just quickly on the impact of the order to unnamed school districts, just like District 15. There were separate motions filed in both cases, so Austin and Allen, the student and teacher cases, to certify the class, meaning to extend the decision, Judge Grishow's decision, further than those that are actually named in both lawsuits, to all school districts, to all employees, to all students, et cetera. Judge Grishow denied those class certification motions. So this, again, this ruling is applicable to the named students and the named employees and the named school districts in the lawsuits. So for District 15, which you were not a party, this temporary trial court ruling, the TRO, is not binding unless it's upheld by the appellate court, which again, we expect a decision within the next week. So until then, there has been, as you can imagine, much discussion about Judge Grishow's decision. Specifically, there are footnotes in her order that essentially invited non-parties like yourself, unnamed school districts, to follow her order when it comes to invalidating the governor's executive orders and the emergency rules on these 3 mitigation strategies: masking, close contact exclusion, and test and vaccine mandates. So as you can imagine, as everyone has heard, many unnamed school districts have chosen to do just that. And that is why many school districts have decided to go mask optional now. And then I will note that some of the districts who are mask optional now, of course, are named in the lawsuit, either in Allen or Austin, and are directly bound by the judge's TRO. So for now, when we talk about impact for District 15, the board has a legal basis to continue following these state mandates when it comes to required masking, when it comes to exclusion for close contacts, when it comes to testing or vaccination mandate for school personnel. Of course, though, there is the option to look at the judge's TRO as a basis to roll back these mitigation requirements based on these footnotes and the judge's, as I said, invitation for school districts to look into her ruling as a way to then say, we are no longer following these mitigation strategies pursuant to the EO and the emergency rules. So remember, importantly, we're expecting that court ruling by the end of next week, and that should at least give some clarity as to whether the state mandates are legal and remain in effect, if the TRO is upheld, and that at which point we will have clarity as to how that applies to you and how that would apply to the district in terms of its mitigation strategies. And then finally, before I open it up for questions, you may have heard, or the community may have heard, much discussion about a motion to stay. So that is separate from the appeal that the Attorney General has filed. The Attorney General also filed a motion to stay the TRO decision in both cases, in Allen and Austin, which essentially would mean a pause. If the motion to stay was granted, the TRO decision would no longer be in effect for any of the named school district or the named plaintiffs, students or employees. As each day comes and goes, we find that it's less likely the appellate court is going to rule on this motion to stay based on the time frame for the appellate court issuing a substantive decision on the TRO itself. Again, that's due next week, Thursday, February 17th. So I will say in closing, before I open it up for questions, in working with unnamed school districts, there is the issue of what we've referred to as this potential for whiplash, meaning knowing now that as an unnamed school district and the applicability of the TRO order to the district, if the appellate court were to rule or grant the motion to stay, which doesn't seem likely, as I said, but were to rule a certain way come February 17th, that the mandates could be then renewed statewide for both masks, or for, all of masks, exclusions for close contacts, and for testing and vaccine requirements for school district personnel. So districts that have now gone mask optional may be then in the position to then go back to requiring masks and the other mitigation strategies I described. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about this very high level summary or decision that I've given you. And then to my colleague Pam, anything you want to add, anything that I missed?
Well, I just want to briefly mention this ESRA funds as what has come from that. That's the federal funds to help varieties of things, but including schools to reopen after the pandemic. And lots of school districts were able to procure those, which is fantastic because a lot of money went into reopening. But in procuring those funds, a school district would have had to have submitted a plan or have developed a plan as to their safety protocols and mitigations on reopening. And funding was part of that, was part of having that. But once that was implemented or, provided that, and that was back when, schools were reopening, a plan might have said mask mandates in there or something like that, or, hand sanitizer, but a whole bunch of things as to what the school was doing to ensure that it could safely reopen. At this point, ESSER funds, it's kind of, we don't know how the federal government would interpret it, but I think that it's, it was based on what the school intended to do and what it did when it reopened.
So Pam, to clarify your comment then, if I think about what District 15 did, where we opened in the fall of 2020 and we did receive ESSER funding, and we did have to, yes.
Here's.
Right. And we provided plans and we utilized the different funding that we received to reopen our schools, but they've been open for quite a long time now. And we used additional funding that came through for other things that we needed to do when we went, took our population that was remote and brought them back in person also. The money's out there. The money has been spent already. We provided the justification with what we were doing. It's a done deal. Nobody's going to turn around and say, hey, excuse me, you're going to need to pay me back your ESSER funds because you change your mask stance to not necessarily required, but recommended, or, something of that sort. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think that you're right. I think that's very unlikely at this stage in the game, like this far removed from reopening and having put those protocols into place and actually put that plan into place and implemented it. I think it's unlikely this far removed that it would be held to that plan for time infinite.
We have
Which makes
spent
sense.
Right. We have spent our funds. We've submitted our paperwork. We've presented our spending plans to the Board of Education. And the reason we're saying this, just so everybody that's, listening in understands, is there's all kinds of misinformation, being pushed around on social media. As most people are aware, that's, one of the downsides of social media. And it has been alleged that some of the reasons that districts are not going to lift any of these mandates is because the ESSER dollars or the ARP ESSER dollars are linked to the emergency rules or the executive order. And that is just not the case. That is what we're asking our attorneys to say, in open session, so everyone can hear and we can kind of put that bit of misinformation to bed, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Michelle. So your whiplash commentary was very compelling to me, because essentially what you're saying is if someone were to jump into a quick decision based on the temporary restraining order, they run the risk of that decision having to be overturned after, and then we're taking children who are already in a precarious situation and changing the rules on them very quickly. Let's switch it one way, switch it back, switch it. That's essentially what your whiplash reference is to, correct?
Correct. Because we are anticipating a decision from the Illinois Appellate Court next week, it's impossible. I mean, we don't know how the Appellate Court's going to rule, but let me be clear. But it's possible that if the Appellate Court modifies or rejects the judge's decision, the TRO, and remands it, then the EOs and the emergency orders are then back into effect, potentially. And then you're in a position as a school district, if you have decided to go mask optional for the time being in between, that you could be in a position then, in order to meet the mandates yet again, you're informing your community that you're reverting back to your mask requirements and your other mitigation strategies. And again, all of this calls for some speculation. We don't know what the Illinois Appellate Court is going to do. We just don't. But because the decision is anticipated to happen or to come to us so quickly, we have to advise that could be a potential outcome of this. That's, that it could be a very quick back and forth, or whiplash, as I called it.
Yeah. Thanks. Is it anybody else on the board? Do you have questions for Michelle or Pam?
Okay.
All right. Thank you both for being here. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Michelle and Pam.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going to go slightly, just a little bit out of order. So kind of everything that we're talking about relative to COVID, then leading up to what will be a robust, public comment component where we have a number of readers that will read comments that we have received. And then the board will go into a full discussion. So I just want everybody listening in to understand kind of the flow of the next hour, 2 hours. We don't know how long we'll be here, but that is the flow. Mrs. Latham, Scully, and myself will kind of move through these slides as quickly as we can so we can reserve a significant amount of time to hear comments that have been submitted. So Ms. Latham, I believe you're up first.
Hold on one second, Lauren. Let me make a real quick comment. Sorry, Becca.
Sure.
I think it's really important. I know that there are a number of people that are tuned in because they specifically want to hear about the Moving 15 Forward plan, which is what was going to be our exciting main topic for this board meeting, and was really the first pitch on throwing the final plan in front of the board and getting a yay nay from each member of the board. That is coming because of the current conversation on COVID mitigation strategy and the public comment. It will be pushed back. That is from our perspective the most important thing that we're going to talk about this evening. So our regular agenda will be there. We're just going to work through all of our COVID information first.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, all yours, Becca.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to present some data that we typically present at our board meetings, starting off with our District 15 metrics. So as you can see from the charts at the bottom of this slide, we have been seeing a decrease in cases, which is obviously what we would like to see. The next one for me, Julie. Thank you. So a couple things I want to point out with this slide. We had 10 classrooms who were in outbreak since our last board meeting. We have had 15 students who qualified for test to stay, which again means that they have the opportunity to continue to stay in class after being identified as a close contact. So we're happy with that number as well. And then we had, I just wanted to point out, Shield was closed on the 2nd and the 3rd due to inclement weather. So we still had 5,100 students who were tested, but that number is slightly decreased because there were a few days where we couldn't make it to some of our schools. And similar to our district data, our community data is on the decline, which again is what we want to see. I know at our last meeting, we had discussed how we had seen a big spike following the holiday season. So from our last meeting of 11.5, we are now at 4.5, which is definitely the direction we want to see going.
Okay, this is the new slide for the Board of Education. On the left-hand side, you will see November of 2020, and on the right, you will see February of 2022. So we wanted to take the information of the community metrics, the D15 metrics that we've been reporting over the last year and a half, and look at it longitudinally. So if you look on the November 2020, on the left-hand side of this chart, you'll see that those 3 bars are quite high. That at the end of November of 2020 is when we as a district moved into an adaptive pause from November, right after Thanksgiving until right after New Year of 2021. On the right-hand side, you will see where there's a high bar that is from last month, from our January meeting, which, as Becca has talked about, the spike in Omicron. And then on the right-hand side, the dip going down where we're under 5% for our metrics. These are metrics that school districts across the state and actually across the country are monitoring for the community rates as well as in-school rates.
Great. Okay, so Lisa Shupai, our board president, talked about a lot of really how well, despite how difficult it was to open our schools almost 2 years ago to this day. So we're just shy of 2 years next month. So I want to just remind and refresh everyone's recollection, and some folks on the line may not even be aware of what we did 2 years ago, but it really was Herculean. This district is the 2nd largest elementary district in the state of Illinois with over almost 12,000 students. And we had to pivot, as every other school system did, on a dime to figure out how to close our schools, go into an emergency lockdown, and then recreate how we were going to educate children in a manner that had never been done before. So we decided to offer our parents, staff, and students two pathways. The parents could choose. They could send their kids to school in person. And we made sure we spent a lot of time and some of those much needed CARES Act dollars to really put safety mitigation, layered safety mitigation in effect across the district, providing PPE, making sure everybody had increased hand sanitizers in the building. Our custodial crews needed increased custodial supplies. We had to redo bus routes once kids were coming back to school because we needed to distance kids. We did symptom checking, you name it. We found protected health spaces within our districts so staff and students could feel comfortable and their parents could feel comfortable sending their students. And we had 8,000 students that decided to come to school in person. But then we had 4,000 students, their parents weren't quite there yet. They maybe were nervous about the pandemic. It was all something new. It was quite scary. Some of our children, as you heard us talk about, have medical needs. They're very medically fragile. They're susceptible to illness at a greater level. We have staff that needed accommodation. So we were able to work with our staff and offer 4 levels of accommodation, some of which were directly linked to a bona fide disability and ADA claim, and others were just they had someone at home that was compromised, or they were just really and truly too nervous to come in. So we were able to provide choice, and we opened our doors in September. Our elementary kids were in school 5 days a week. Local schools in our area and across other parts of the state and country, many of whom did not get their doors open until February. We were open in September. Our junior high kids, because we didn't have enough of them opt out, were on a hybrid schedule where they were in person and then using asynchronous or concurrent learning, and they were in school every other day. So we worked very hard, and we're extremely proud and thankful for the dedication of our staff and the patience and understanding and support of our parents. So that's just a quick recap. But then moving into 21-22, if you go to the next slide, thank you. We really had to spend time over the summer thinking about, well, after receiving guidance from the Illinois State Board of Education, where they wanted all kids to be back in school, they were prioritizing in-person learning, which is something we knew to do the year before. They gave us real strict guidelines in terms of which type of students and which type of disabilities they would need to have would be allowed to learn from home. And they had a 2-pronged approach. So members of our staff, as well as our nurse, Karen Flora, and her colleague, Sherry Stadler, really combed through requests for remote learning. This year, we have a much smaller number of students that were home. The vast majority of our over 11,000, almost 12,000 students are learning in person this year. And we were thrilled to have almost all of our kids back in school. But we also knew that it was going to need to be more than just learning. So we wanted to put our Safe 6, as you can see on the screen, mitigation efforts in place. And then we wanted to really talk about how we were going to reconnect and re-engage. So quick recap, we have vaccines for everyone that wants to be vaccinated. It's not mandated. That is a parental or a guardian decision. But we know that it's the #1 CDC recommended, way to prevent COVID or to minimize sickness if you come down with COVID. We did sponsor vaccine clinics, and that was really done as a service to the community. We were following the executive order and the emergency school rules to universally mask. We provided students and staff with masks that needed them. And if students were unable to wear a mask, we put a specialized plan in place for them. Some students couldn't mask but could wear a shield. Other students, based on their abilities or disabilities, couldn't do either. So we worked individually through the special education student service department to meet the needs of all of our students. Physical distancing in 2020, 2021 was 6 feet. So we took furniture out, we spread kids out. And this year we were able to have kids that were fully masked 3 feet apart. So physical distancing was another mitigation. We should always stay home when we're sick, but we really needed to do that last year and this year. That continues to be a strategy that we've used. We've employed contact tracers, our school nurses, our champs, but we've also hired outside employees to help with contact tracing. And that has to do with when a positive person has been identified, we find out who they were in close proximity to for 15 minutes or more within a 24-hour period. We exclude them and encourage them to watch for symptoms or to go and get tested. And lastly, we've put surveillance testing in place with Shield. It is an early way to detect if you have COVID, and it often has been finding kids that are pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic. So those were the big six that we put in place for this year. Next slide, and I won't read every sub-point, but we had 7 big categories that we really spent a long time planning for prior to school starting. And then the teachers and support staff, clinicians, related service providers, building leaders are very focused on moving beyond just the core learning that's going on in the classroom and making sure that our kids are reconnected and re-engaged. We know that because of the disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic, learning loss, kids lost time. They just didn't learn as much. And that's the data is in from across the country. But we wanted to kind of attack that learning loss aggressively and try to fill those gaps. We built a whole new department, multi-tiered system of support out of Ed Services to provide intervention for students. We added interventionists in our building. Kids are getting math intervention support for the first time in the history of the district. So we've added more clinicians and more interventionists to help students learn and to kind of close those gaps that the pandemic, certainly widened. We are taking a close look at our overall achievement prior to the pandemic and since, and we are putting core curricular resources, professional development, training opportunities for staff, and those interventions in place. We also talk with the board fairly regularly about another thing linked to that achievement gap is dynamic staffing. Some of our schools are staffed differently based on their students' profiles and their achievement. And our board has been very gracious in listening to what it is that our students and our staff need. And each year we have added staff that work directly with children to help them in any way that's really needed. The Teaching and Learning Department of Teaching and Learning is consistently looking at our core curricular resources to make sure that our teachers have the best training and the best resources that are going to help our kids learn. And they're just doing a wonderful job. We're looking at new ELA curriculum at the junior high. It hasn't been looked at in 20 years. So we're very excited and again committed to making sure that our teachers have the best resources that they need when working with our students. We have certainly worked and our buildings do a wonderful job engaging with parents around problem solving, kids that might need intervention support, kids that are maybe having more behavioral needs as a result of the pandemic. And we're trying to build even stronger homeschool connections as a result of this extended period of COVID-19 and its impact on our schools. And then lastly, we have done a lot. We are now a 1-to-1, technology district here in District 15. Our 3rd through 8th graders have access to their Chromebooks. They can take them back and forth. Our kindergarten, 1st and 2nd graders leave their devices at school and use them as needed, but we now have a device for every school. So that's where some of that funding that you heard us talk about earlier has gone. And we have been very dedicated to closing gaps and making sure we're meeting the needs of our students academically, behaviorally, and socially and emotionally. If you could go on to the next one. Throughout all of this, we want to make sure that we have the right amount and combination of layered mitigation, because everything we had heard from Illinois Department of Public Health, Cook County Department of Public Health, the CDC said layers of mitigation, hand hygiene, increased disinfecting and cleaning. Our special ed department and the coordinators and these teams at their schools had 1,200 meetings to create virtual learning plans for the 1,200 students that have special education IEPs. We've worked with our transportation department on increased ventilation, how to keep those buses clean, more distancing and layers of cleaning in the cafeteria and protocols for individual students with symptoms. So this has been a moving target. We add layers and that we know when we need to, but our goal has always been to not have more than we need and to be able to peel back some of those layers as the numbers and the guidance allows us to. So if you can go to the next slide, please, Julie. Things that we really tried to remove this year as we had our target of normalcy, when and how and how quickly can we get back to pre-COVID conditions? And nobody wants that more than educators, maybe parents, but educators really would love the good old days to be back. But we're not there quite yet, but we're getting there. And you can see this year that we were able to remove some layered mitigation. We removed daily temperature checks, and I'm sure all the SPAs and teachers are cheering at home. We removed, and parents are probably cheering, the daily lanyards where kids had to self-certify if they were symptom-free. Extracurricular activities and sports are back. But we did have to put some layered mitigation in there. Wrestling has been deemed a high transmission sport. So we put a component of shield testing in for boys or girls to participate in wrestling once a week. Volleyball is not considered high transmission, so they did not have to test once a week. So again, we didn't make a unilateral decision about extracurriculars. We looked at each individual sport, and we looked to the guidance to help us understand best how to safely, allow our junior high kids to have those good extracurricular activities and sports that they really look to enjoy by the time they get to the junior high. We introduced shield testing this year and test to stay. Early on in the school year, we heard a number of parents talk about, we don't want our healthy kids home just because they were a close contact. If they don't have symptoms, we want them in school. And we said, so do we. We want all of our kids in school. It took us a bit to work with our outside third-party agency to get tests to stay in place, but it's in place. And as you heard Ms. Latham share, we utilize test to stay protocols weekly, and more kids are able to stay in school as a result. We remove recess zones. Dr. Morrison from Pleasant Hill, if you're listening, that was his least favorite thing. And we wanted kids to play with their classmates because it was easier for contact tracing last year. This year, they're able to kind of crisscross the playground and play with whomever they'd like. Band and orchestra also resumed. We reintroduced the allowing volunteers into our schools this year, as long as they were masked and they certified that they were symptom-free. And school holiday parties are slowly, getting back to where they used to be. So we are really working as hard as we can to ensure a safe learning environment, but also peel back mitigation strategies and get back to normal as quickly as we can, but we also want to do so safely so our staff and students are confident coming to school. All right, so that's a quick recap. Over the weekend, so last Friday, right before the business day would end, a little curious, but that's when the ruling dropped. So I pushed it out to my leadership team, and we reviewed it individually. Collaborated over the weekend. And I had a few people say, send mean-spirited emails. Why didn't you work on this over the weekend? And the answer is we did. We did nothing but that. We collaborated with the COVID team on Sunday morning, legal team. We reached out, but you can imagine they were huddling on a Saturday at the firm, right? So they were reading and interpreting the temporary ruling. And then on Sunday, very quickly, they put together webinars. Different law firms put together webinars for anxious administrators to listen to. And we listened to 2 webinars over the weekend on Sunday. Reached out to my board and said, if you want to talk to me one-on-one, I will tell you what I've learned so far about the ruling, and let them know that the plan was to bring Hodges and Louisi to our board meeting so they would have, again, the same basis of information from our law firm in which to make future decisions about how to proceed with the district. We partnered with our building leaders to prepare for Monday. And we did have some, angry parents at school that our administrators needed to kind of work with and work through some emotions on the first few days of the week. And then we prepared communication for staff and for parents. So it was a very busy weekend trying to get our arms around something as legal as a temporary order and finding when none of us here on staff in District 15 are in fact lawyers. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as President Shupai said, the heart and soul of our, organization are our teachers and staff that work at our schools. So we needed to connect with our Our employees. So our leadership team met on Monday morning with or Monday after school, rather, with Michelle Todd, because again, they had a lot of questions and concerns about the findings and what it meant, the temporary ruling and what it meant for them. So Michelle did a great job providing them an overview, as she did for the board tonight. We met preliminarily with our 5 unions to discuss implications to the work environment. Should we peel back any or all of our mitigation, so masking, exclusion, and we do not require our staff to be vaccinated, but we do require them to test weekly if they're unvaccinated. 90% of our staff is vaccinated, so we have that 10% that we have to test weekly. And we wanted to know what, if any, impact these rulings might have on their working conditions. We received a number of parent and guardian and community emails that have been all read and shared with the Board of Education. We made sure that if they came to me or vice versa, everybody will have access to those emails. And we encourage staff to really share their thinking regarding remaining mask required or moving to mask recommended. And as you can imagine and actually see in our table here, of the 1,293 staff members that responded, and again, we have close to 2,000 employees, so that is a very, very high response rate. You can see that 805 respondents hope that we remain mask required, and 488 respondents hope that we move to a mask recommended place. So that is just, we started among a million other things that we had going on this week as a result of the findings coming down or the temporary ruling coming down. We wanted to reach out to our employees first. Okay. And
Yep.
turn it over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Hines. Okay, the next 3 slides are going to be a walkthrough or a guidance crosswalk of the safety mitigations that are recommended right now and in place. Will be on the left, the current guidance, which is in place in our district and in the state of Illinois. And on the right, you'll see the CDC guidance. So the district has been following the joint guidance from ISB, which is the Illinois School Board of Education, as well as IDPH, which is the Illinois Department of Public Health, as well as the executive order from the governor's office. Those are the pieces that have led to the mandates that are in place right now. On the left, or I'm sorry, on the right is the Center for Disease Control. So you'll see on these first 2 slides that they are almost identical. So I'm going to go through these just very briefly and want you also to know that this week, as school districts across Illinois were looking to navigate what the impact of the TRO was, the only additional guidance that we did receive was from an updated version of the joint agreement or the joint guidance from IDPH and ISB. But the only piece that it spoke to was about adaptive pause in school districts. And adaptive pause is when school districts, in conjunction with the health department, the local health department, so for us, that's the Cook County Department of Public Health, working with health departments in order to determine that it is unsafe to have either have a school or even an entire district adaptively pause. So pause in-person instruction and move to remote. That is the only additional guidance and clarification that came out this week from the 3 different governing bodies that we are working with. So as you'll see, both CDC as well as the state guidance prioritize in-person learning, social distancing recommendation of 3 feet, the requirement for conducting contact tracing. Recently, both have gone to reduced isolation and quarantine time. So it was at one point 14 days, then it went down to 10 days, and both Illinois as well as CDC now have 5 days of isolation and quarantine time, with 5 additional days coming back into school environments with 100% masking. And then mandatory universal masking on buses. So these pieces are in place for both. On this slide as well, you'll see very similar language, so that all of the guidance encourages that individuals stay home when they're symptomatic or sick, that we have enhanced cleaning in place, that we're monitoring community levels of transmission, that we're encouraging hand washing and hand sanitizing, and that there's surveillance screening available. So on the left, you'll see here in our district that we have test to stay, we have our weekly staff testing for those that are not vaccinated, and then we also have the voluntary shield testing for our students available. Now on this third slide, you will see where they differ. So those first two slides is everything was very closely aligned. On this slide is where you will see in Illinois on the left compared to CDC guidance. In Illinois, we have a mandate for vaccination for all staff. And if staff are not vaccinated in schools, that they submit to either weekly testing, which we do offer on site, or they can provide a copy of a test, of a COVID test each week. Where it is recommended by CDC that schools promote vaccinations for all individuals, so staff, for families, for students, and for teachers. And then the last difference is in Illinois, there is a required universal masking for indoors where the CDC, the K-12 schools recommends universal masking. So this slide represents the difference between the guidance.
If I may, before you move into the mitigation change, Governor Pritzker recently announced that indoor masking was going to be lifted, I believe at the end of the month for a March 1st start in all areas with the exception of schools. We don't know if he will include schools anytime soon, but I just thought soon it will be, that will change. Go ahead. Thanks, Ann.
Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of thought that has gone into, a lot of discussion that has gone into the presentation that you're seeing tonight. However, we do still have some items that are under consideration if we are to change any of our mitigation. So as you can see from this slide, we have ADA and medical implications, human resources who would be made available to meet with any of our employees requesting personal medical accommodations, impact on individualized education plans, 504s, and accommodations for students, as well as an impact on immunocompromised individuals. We have the potential increase for remote learning requests, which could in turn lead to a need for hiring additional staff. So again, there's a lot of planning and thought that has gone into everything that we've presented thus far, but we do still have some considerations that we are looking into and continue to discuss as we move forward with these discussions.
Okay, so our team, again, over the last 6 or so days, has really begun some discussion about what options do we want to talk with the board about or give the board information around so they can discuss. So we've listed 3 discussion points that when we transition away from after this slide, we'll move into public comment. We wanted you to know kind of what we've done, what areas we think we still need time to work through, and then where we are thinking in terms of potential, discussion or decision points for the board. Then you will hear from the community, the over 100 comments that have been submitted, and then you'll have all of that information at the time of then public comment. When it's over, we will engage in a discussion and hopefully reach consensus on how we're going to move forward once we have that board consensus and direction. So one of the things, of course, we can do, and you've heard our attorneys say that we're not named. We may have a ruling soon. We could maintain our current mask required guidance and keep all safety mitigation measures in place, at least until the ruling. Or you could potentially say, you know what, Dr. Hines, we'd like to do this until the end of the year. Because we have heard from some of our teachers that we've come this far, what would 3 more months mean? So maintain masking and all of our mitigation measures. We're going to want to discuss that as an option. Option 2, align our practices with CDC. So kind of the right side of the grid that, or the table that Ann was going over, and go to a mask recommended, but not required point moving forward, but leave some of those additional or all the additional mitigation, layered mitigation components that we have in place. Okay, so remove masking, keep the rest as an interim step. Or 3, align our practices with CDC guidelines and go mask recommended but not required, and then remove all other additional mitigations that we have in place. So as a team, we feel as if these are, 3 discussion points that we're going to want to engage with the board around. And then I did put other, because if any of you, there are 7 board members, have another combination of suggestions or options, we would certainly, want you to bring that forth for tonight's discussion. Okay. Go to the next slide, please. Thank you. All right, Mrs. Shupai?
Yes. Do you anticipate we should read the commentary about public comments? I'm thinking we skip this and we clarify as to what we're actually doing, because this really doesn't tie into what's happening today.
Sure.
Is that all right? Okay, so rather than have public comments in person, since we are not in person, we asked the community to please submit comments online. And we did receive 117 comments that were submitted online. Our intention is to read the comments out loud. We will have 2 staff members that will read. I'm under the impression that it is Dr. Claire Kowalczyk and Dr. Meg Schnorr. Is that correct? All right. And they'll kind of go back and forth and read through the comments. We did put out, because we weren't certain what level of commentary we would receive, if we could fit the comments into the time period that we have, we will read them all. If we find ourselves in a time crunch situationally, we'll make a decision. So we're going to, Dr. Hines is going to give everybody a heads up at an hour and kind of see where we are on the comments, and then we'll decide where we're going from there. Another comment at 2 hours. I would volunteer that, the typical in-person comment time is 5 minutes maximum, and 117 comments by 5 minutes each. We would be on the line here for 9.75 hours. And I don't know about you guys, but I intend to be sleeping then. So, so we'll play it by ear as we go. And thank you, everybody. Just like when you are in person and providing comments, we certainly appreciate the feedback from the community. We appreciate comments, whether they're in person, via email. The board does read those comments via email. We responded to many of them at the beginning of the week, but when they started coming in faster than we could put responses out, the responses stopped, because my boss would have been quite upset if he knew how much time I was spending on the front end of that. That's not sustainable for the whole week. So, but once again, thank you. And the floor is Dr. Kowalczyk or Dr. Schnorrs.
First comment is from Esperanza Bautista. Mi comentario es que deben hacerle prueba de COVID cada semana a todos los estudiantes. Gracias. My comment is that we should continue to do COVID testing every week for all students. Thank you.
This comment is from Rachel. I'm cool with no masks if you require the vaccine, just like you do for polio, measles, etc., to attend school. And bring back food in classrooms, please. No reason not to.
Jamie Canis. I just want to take a moment to thank the district and building administration, as well as the teachers and staff of District 15 for considering the safety and well-being of our children. You have had a wonderful plan in place to reduce the spread of COVID-19, and my family feels fortunate to be part of this district. Thank you for always keeping safety a top priority. We know that this pandemic will end and we will have to shift back to normalcy, but keeping the masking rule in effect until all children can be vaccinated is so important. There are many teachers and students with small children in their homes, so thank you for taking their safety and health into consideration.
Mark Stickney. Masks are still saving lives. As a parent who follows the science and data of what's happening, it is far too soon to remove the mask mandate in school. Many of these kids are only recently vaccinated. That's a great thing, but we know it's not as successful against Omicron. This means removing the masks increases the rate of spread. That endangers the children, the teachers, the school, staff, and the families of my children. My wife is also pregnant with hopefully our 3rd child, and she is high risk. If she were to catch COVID at this stage, that could have a great impact on the fetus. Removing masks increases the chance of our daughter, Marilyn, catching it at Lincoln and bringing it home. It is just irresponsible for any school right now to make masking optional. It would force us into a position where we'd likely have to remove her from in-person learning, and I'm sure many other families are in that same position. Please be smart and compassionate. Thank you.
Sarah Kale Ruiz. I would like to ask that you please think about the health and safety of all children. Please don't make the health and safety of our children a political issue. Science clearly supports that wearing masks keeps us safe, and so we should listen to what is scientifically proven, and the CDC and the World Health Organization agree. These are professionals who have studied the pandemic and have set standards up to protect us. They take their job to protect us seriously, and we should listen to them. Until safety guidelines are set out by the CDC and World Health Organization are met, I don't want the school to go maskless. We need to consider children who are immunocompromised and or live with someone who is immunocompromised as well. No one likes to wear masks, but if the wearing of a mask keeps people safe, then we should follow the guidelines. No one has died from wearing a mask, but millions have died from COVID. Please do the job that you promised to do and keep the safety of all children your number one priority.
Nick, Monday morning, February 7th timeline, 7:40 a.m. My wife and I attempted to walk my daughter in maskless. We were refused. We presented staff with documentation regarding the TRO and demanded a written statement from Carl Sandberg or District 15 stating they wouldn't allow my daughter specifically to attend class maskless. We were told that legal was writing it. 45 minutes later, nothing. Why do you think this was done? Because what is happening is unlawful and does not respect due process. With that being said, I would like to remind the esteemed board members of District 15 of an oath they swore to uphold when they were appointed as board members. 105 ILCS 5-10, 16.5, Section 10-16.5, Oath of Office. Each school board member, before taking his or her seat on the board, shall take an oath of office in substantially the following form. I, name of member or successful candidate, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of member of the Board of Education or Board of School of Directors, as the case may be, of name of school district, in accordance with the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois and the laws of the State of Illinois to the best of my ability. 105 ILCS 5-22-12 from Chapter 122, Paragraph 22-12, Section 22-12, preventing or interfering with the child's attendance at school. Whoever by threat, menace, or intimidation prevents any child entitled to attend public or non-public school in this state from attending such school or interferes with any such child's attendance at that school shall be guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Because of violation of above-mentioned status, we will file a claim against the surety bonds of District 15 board members. If it is determined that you have violated your civic duty, you will be removed from your position and damages paid against the surety bonds. I would also like to go on the record that I will be running for the CCSD 15 school board position in 2023 against existing board members.
The next comment is submitted by DF. I implore people to please look beyond themselves and their political beliefs. I have a child who has had multiple open heart surgeries and organ transplants, all before the age of 1. This virus is very real and there are serious consequences for many people. We are all tired of wearing masks, and the hardships of COVID have been imparted on all of us. Right now, mask wearing is one of the few things keeping my child safe. Please, please, please hold on for a bit longer and think of the people who depend on the mitigation strategies to keep their family members safe. I have seen my child with a breathing tube inserted down his throat and multiple wires and ports hooked up to his small body more times than I like to think about. Believe me, it is something that you never want to see happen to your child or your own family members. It is a miracle that my son is even alive today. The risk of contracting COVID is something very real that can take him away very quickly.
Ashley Bruns, unmask our children.
Michelle Bearden. We made the decision for our child to attend Kimball Hill School at the beginning of the school year based on the fact that masks would be required. Although it appears that the pandemic is headed in a favorable direction, the past 2 years have shown us how unpredictable this virus is. It is premature to navigate away from the precautions that have been proven successful at this point in time, when the year is already more than halfway done. It will only cause more confusion, opposition, potentially dangerous and health-threatening situations, etc., if circumstances change in the direction, as it seems to be the pattern for several months. It is easier to maintain the requirement than to backtrack. The prudent response would be to make sure that the virus is truly in retreat prior to making any major changes. Every parent enrolled their child knowing that masks would be required and could have chosen a different route at the time if they had disagreed with the regulation. It is very difficult to obtain high-quality N95 or KN95 masks that both fit small children, crucial for effectiveness, is affordable for daily use, and is not on back order, which is what would be required to provide the same level of protection as universal masking. Please keep schools safe by continuing to require masks for everyone.
Edta Klimazuka. Follow the science and unmask our children. A germ-ridden cloth on our children's faces for 7 hours a day does not prevent the spread of COVID. This is child abuse by the hand of the state. Sad to see District 15 still complying. Masks should be made optional. Let them breathe.
Danica Ken. Masking, weekly testing, and/or vaccinations have seen few cases at Lake Louise. These COVID mitigation protocols have slowed the spread of the disease and protected the students throughout SDCC 15. It is in the best interest of the school board to continue these practices and follow the necessary state and CDC guidelines to continue the trend of COVID decreasing. It is my opinion that we should continue these guidelines to protect our community.
Elsa Hall. Thank you for your continued to keep schools a healthy place for students, including masking requirements, cleaning routines, contact tracing, plus offering the optional testing for students. I greatly appreciate it. I would appeal to you to keep all of these medications in place until local community spread numbers are reduced significantly. I would also like to request that a tiered approach be taken in removing mitigations rather than the district lifting all mitigations at once. Similar to how students started in-person school in a tiered approach in the fall of 2020, a similar approach of slow and deliberate should be taken when removing mitigations. This will allow students to more slowly acclimate to these changes, allow reaction time to determine if lifting the mitigation creates a negative impact, such as increased spread of COVID in the school environment, and provide the community assurance that D15 leadership does make decisions with the health and safety of staff and students in mind. The American Academy of Pediatrics still strongly recommends masking indoor spaces to reduce the spread of COVID. I would strongly urge you to continue following real science and the recommendations of the professionals who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of real science and have provided recommendations based on their expertise. I would request that you do not bend to the conspiracy theory COVID deniers who feel that Google and YouTube are better sources of information for highly infectious diseases than experts in infectious diseases and the transmission of the same. Again, thank you for your consistent hard work to provide high quality education for all students, especially with all the added challenges that COVID has brought.
Melissa J. Mendoza. Our family supports masking in school. Any mitigations that are scientifically backed, such as masking, to lower the spread of COVID is supported. My son is in first grade and receives multiple pull-out services. Removing masking mandates will increase exposure and transmission rates. This will lead to more quarantine time and less face-to-face time in school. When you take into consideration, along with the long-term health risks or death from COVID, I can't imagine sending my kids into a school that is not masked. We daily get emails from the Paddock principal where they are made aware of anywhere from 1 to 4 cases of positive COVID for a day. There has been at least 3 separate positive cases of COVID in my son's classroom. Masks have kept those around the positive COVID student from contracting the deadly and harmful virus. Masks work. It is very important for our kids to be safe and be able to learn. If masks are no longer required, I want to know the board's plan for remote learning. It's not an if, but when school will be missed and losing 5 to 10 days of education over and over for each exposure is not acceptable for my son or any other student.
Caesar, please let them breathe. No more masks.
Boguslawa, no more mask mandatory at school for my grandkids.
Alex, unmask our kids. No more mask.
Inna Logany Betts, unmask our kids and let them breathe.
Stacy O'Keefe, I'm very disappointed in the board for moving the meeting virtual. Attendance could not have been monitored and parents could have been ushered in and out. Oh, I'm sorry. Attendance could have been monitored and parents could have been ushered in and out. I do believe this was an effort to censor group speech and avoid the instance where a large part of the community may disagree with the board. The last time I filled out this form, my comment was never read. I'm disappointed in the board's inaction in the last year's Virginia Lake fiasco. The community turned out to be correct and the principal was demoted and moved out of the school. I urge you to please listen openly to the community. Leave your preconceived notions behind and please listen to the issues at hand tonight.
Erin Finley, hello. Prior to the school year starting, I reached out to the district's health services coordinator, Karen Floor. I was planning on attending a meeting. However, Governor Pritzker had announced that the mask mandate for schools, which I was very thankful for. I've been a nurse for almost 20 years at Northwest Community Hospital, and the past several years have been very challenging dealing with COVID, and that is putting it lightly. As a nurse, I have witnessed more suffering, pain, and death in the last 2 years than my entire career combined. COVID is still proving itself to be a very virulent and unpredictable virus. There is still a lot to learn about it. I just spoke with some of our infectious disease doctor this past weekend who reiterated the importance of masks and vaccination. There seems to be many people who do not agree with this and think that masks don't work at all and that they are somehow harming our children. This is because they have decided to believe what they want without regards to actual science and actual evidence based on practice. While data does show children typically don't get as sick as adults, there are those kids who do get very sick, and not just from COVID, but more commonly from multi-symptom inflammatory syndrome, which happens after COVID. We have had to transfer many children to a higher level of care because they are so critically ill. I don't want this to be my child, ever. My husband and I want our kids to be able to finish school in person while maintaining good health. The only way to achieve this with the least amount of disruptions would be to continue to utilize masks. Please also consider that many children may have family members that are immunocompromised or have other health conditions that could very possibly be a death sentence if they contracted COVID. I highly encourage the district to keep the mask mandate in place and to keep our kids, their families, and school staff safe. Thank you.
Lupe Cazares. I believe that the district should continue to have a mask mandate. A good percentage of children who go to these schools are under the age where they can't get vaccinated. Personally, I have a first grader who needs to be on a strict schedule due to ADHD, who attends Paddock, who also has breathing issues and luckily was vaccinated. But many people are unaware the point of the vaccine was to create antibodies to fight the virus and prevent death, not to prevent contracting the COVID-19 virus altogether. If there were no mask mandate, he would still be at risk of contracting the virus, and although he is vaccinated for it, would not only cause him problems medically with his breathing, but also cause him issues with his schedule intellectually as he spends time at his grandparents', where he has an aunt who is currently pregnant and due any day now. Him not being able to go there or his dad's house would affect him immensely, and I'm sure he's not the only child who would be affecting more people in their family than just themselves, but others in the community who are too young to receive the vaccine and build antibodies. We respect the right to choose not to vaccinate, but not to remove the mask mandate would be reintroducing the possibility of a huge spread that could hurt those who are currently not thinking of. If we are choosing to allow parents to choose not to vaccinate for COVID-19, then the least we can do is continue to mandate a simple mask to slow the spread of it.
Rebecca Gibbons. I strongly encourage the board to keep masks mandatory in school, and I applaud them in doing so now. My son is 8 months old and cannot wear a mask. He got COVID from daycare because that age group cannot mask. Then I got COVID, and hopefully it stops there. My daughter has been masking in school this whole time, and we have never even had so much as a close contact from her. I feel safer sending my child to a school full of masked children, and I know she would too. Luckily, I have a job where I can take off work or work from home as much as I need to, but not all District 15 parents have that luxury. We need to protect the kids and families of D15. Keep the masks on. The pandemic is not over.
Jennifer Fong, please note, this comment does mention specific employees by name. While the board requests that comments avoid comments specific to any person, student, or staff member, respecting the right to privacy, our legal counsel has advised that this be read as submitted. These are the words from my daughter, a student at Sanborn, to the school board. On Monday, February 7th, 2022, after my mom dropped my sister and I off, we started walking into the school. The principal, Miss Armberg, stopped me and said, "Do you not have your shield?" And we said no. Another teacher next to her said, "Okay, take them to the protective health space," and escorted us there. Then Miss Armberg, principal, said, "Okay, we are going to call your mom." We then sat in the empty room for about 30 minutes until we called the principal, Miss Armberg, and said, "Did you call our mom?" The principal, Miss Armberg, said yes. And I asked, "When?" The principal, Miss Armberg, said, "Couple minutes ago." I asked to call again, and the principal, Miss Armberg, said she will. While we were waiting, another adult, maybe a teacher, I don't know her name, came to the empty room they kept us in and started taunting us with a big smirk on her face and rolled her eyes and said, "Oh, are you the girls with no mask?" Giggled and said, "Oh, you are the two girls that wear the shields," and walked off. I continued to ask repeatedly to have my mom call and that we would like to go home. All of this was being ignored. This happened about 4 more times, and by now it has been over 2 hours. We have been in that room since 8:50 a.m. until the nurse said, "Okay, we found these shields," not packaged, by the way, and proceeded to put it on my little sister, who was 8 years old, physically and viciously. She then tried to put it on me. I told her no and pushed her off and took it from her. "Okay, now go to class." I said, "Wait, no, did you guys call my mom?" She just sent my little sister and I to the principal office. "Where's Mrs. Costa, vice principal?" Was without a mask, by the way. I asked again, "Did you call my mom?" The principal, Miss Armberg, said yes, 10 minutes ago. And I said, "Okay, you can call her again." All she did was keep repeating 10 minutes ago. I said, "I know, you just said that. Can you call again?" They ignored us, and Miss Costa, vice principal, said, "We did 10 minutes ago," and just sent us to the class with our hands full. This is the first time they did not even help us open the door. As we walked off, the same adult who taunted us was in the hall. I don't know her name from before, and she said something to us again in the hallway and said, "Oh, I see you got your mask," and giggled. I missed morning classes like gym and math. They lied to me and my sister, and they lied to my mom. My math class ends at 11:15 a.m. We got sent to class around 11:25. The principal said we weren't even in that room till 11:25 a.m. She is also lying about having her mask on. She had it under her chin. The same with the vice principal. When I pointed that out, the principal then took a drink of water, pretending to be busy.
Miranda Hebron. While children are at school, the school is responsible for their health and safety. Therefore, every precaution should be taken by the school to ensure that children are protected from COVID-19, from this pandemic, which has claimed the lives of 5.76 million people worldwide. One of the easiest and most effective precautions that can be taken is to wear a mask consistently and correctly. The use of masks has been and continues to be supported by the CDC. The following was pulled from the CDC website. Masking is a critical public health tool for preventing the spread of COVID-19, and it is important to remember that any mask is better than no mask. To protect yourself and others from COVID-19, CDC continues to recommend that you wear the most protective mask you can that fits well and that you will wear consistently. Masks and respirators are effective at reducing transmission of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, when worn consistently and correctly. Protect the children in your care. Do not let them become part of the over 5 million people dead simply because some people do not want to follow a dress code. Continue to enforce mask mandates to protect your students' health and potentially their lives.
Jennifer Feely, Board of Ed. The technicality of hiding behind a footnote in a temporary restraining order is an interesting strategy to continue to keep our children masked despite majorities of states removing the orders to allow their kids and communities to choose what's right for them. As the judge found and consistently reiterated, Governor Pritzker and Isby did not exercise all of our constitutional rights when imposing this mask mandate and disregarded the imperative due process requirements. Nowhere in the school code did the legislature grant Isby or the state superintendent the authority to order or mandate vaccines and tests. Thus, absent a properly filed EO from IDPH and governor's mandate is meaningless, and Isby's emergency rule exceeded its authority. This, combined with the recent release of the CDC data stating of the 73 million children in the US, fewer than 700 have died of COVID-19 during the course of the pandemic, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In layman terms, if you filled a football stadium with 100,000 kids in attendance, all would walk out but one. This is because the cause of death among this demographic through the entire pandemic has been 0.001% chance, which is on par with the traditional flu annual deaths in children. The media and politicians have capitalized on fear to make this such a pervasive and overblown issue that it's unfortunate that we even have to be here tonight. Please note, any loss of human is horrible, but it has and will continue to be a reality that has occurred with viruses since mankind and will continue indefinitely. The larger and more pervasive issue is not being intended to and was clearly exhibited at FREMD this week is when a person wearing a mask pulled a knife on a person not wearing a mask. The mental instability and divisive fracturing that has occurred is truly heartbreaking for all of these kids. I hear it from many children that they are afraid to wear or not wear the mask because of what will happen to them. Some are even afraid to show their real full face anymore. This is a groundswell of bullying and dividing people without logical intervention that continues to propagate young civil unrest. Kids should be worried about when the next basketball game is so they hang out with their friends and not whether or not they will be assaulted for wearing or not wearing a mask when the likelihood of extreme casualty is 0.001% among the demographic. In all honesty, I really don't care if people wear or don't wear their masks, are vaccinated or not. People should have the freedom to do what they believe is right for their bodies and lives. The fundamental concern I have is the breeding of anxiety, fear, and lack of freedom for individuals to choose what is right for them. We need to know now more than ever to teach this young generation about empathy, the ability to agree or disagree, and it's okay, and most importantly, that they have the power to live a life here in the United States of America that is founded on freedom to choose what's right for them. I surely hope that you objectively look around and see how many other districts and states across the country are invigorating the rights of their children, local communities to make the decision that is right for their personal circumstances. Sincerely, a warm mother who wants to restore faith in humanity for all kids so they do not have to worry about every sneeze and cough will lead to death. Rather, we must champion these children to lead with compassionate inclusion and unwavering support for one another, regardless of your mask status. A source is listed for HTTPS COVID CDC government COVID data tracker #demographics.
Catherine Redmond. I appreciate that the district has kept the mask mandate so far and hope that you will continue to require masks in schools to keep our children safe. Thank you for all you do.
Joy Meador. Please uphold the mask mandate in District 15 school. The mask mandates our governor put in place are based on guidance from members of the science community, which shows that the masks help slow the spread of COVID-19 virus. The pandemic is not over. We still need to do everything we can to protect our children. We're still in the flu season as well. Let's protect our children the best we can from both COVID and the flu and any other viruses we all know children pass from one to another constantly when we are not in a pandemic. Thank you to the school board for listening to both sides, and thank you to you and all of our teachers, administration, and staff of District 15 for what you do every day for our students.
Ann Vandy. As a community member, I am very concerned about the continued spread of COVID within our community, as we are still in the high transmission category. I am asking District 15 to extend its mask policy for students and staff, as continued wearing of masks is recommended by the governor, the CDC, as well as the White House until at least February 28th, when the Illinois mask mandate restrictions will be evaluated, and for District 15 to reevaluate its local metrics at that time. While fingers are crossed that we are getting closer to the time when it will be safe to drop our masks, unfortunately, we are not there yet.
BP, please unmask our school children now.
Isabella Hanzel, referencing the ruling by Judge Raylene Grishow on February 5th, 2022, stated that the due process is afforded to the plaintiffs of the case and any unclaimed plaintiff may govern themselves accordingly. When you become a parent and someone tells you to do something against your will to your child, you would fight them with all your might and being. Yet in this case, parents are not allowed authority over their children and have now been doing something that they don't agree is right anymore. The law is in our favor. The governor is not the mom and dad of your children. Why is administration deciding to keep kids masked when they have the green light to do the correct thing, and that is to let the family decide whatever is the right choice for them? For you, the family, and that choice should be respected. At first, I thought it was unfair to put my child through this, but they are already in the middle of it, living it every day. It is their fight and their right. There is no doubt that the public has a strong interest in stopping the spread of this virus. With that being said, this does not allow our government, our school districts, and administration to act unlawfully, even in the pursuit of desirable ends. The system of checks and balances is in place for a reason, and this is why the mandate in all other districts has been overturned, because it has been ruled illegal. We ask that you let the parents decide what is right for the child and their family, whether to be masked or not.
Lindsay Consdorf. In the same way that the board and the district listen to subject matter experts when it comes to child development, curriculum, and instructional strategies, I ask that the board also listen to subject matter experts when it comes to masking in our schools. As of their January 14th update, the American Academy of Pediatrics still recommends universal masking in schools. When it comes to health and safety, we should be listening to the real experts, not armchair experts. Thank you for all that you've done to allow our students to learn safely in person.
Jordana J. Redmond. Number one, the drop-off pickup procedure in the morning and after school is extremely dangerous for students and staff. Are there plans to reevaluate a safer process in the morning? Parents are speeding through the parking lot and going around cars, dropping their kids off. Number two, Winston Campus Elementary, WCE, will start 15 minutes earlier in a few weeks. Currently, snack is prohibited in the classroom for COVID safety. With the shift in time, many kids will not be hungry for breakfast and will have to wait some hours before they eat. If students are not social distancing in the lunchroom during lunch, why are they not able to have a mid-morning snack during class?
Michael Clements, please follow the recommendations on public health for students, some of whom are my employees and school district employees and associates in buildings from the federal agencies, CDC and NIH and Illinois Department of Public Health.
Jerry Frieda. It is important that the board and our community have accurate information on which to base its decisions while we're all trying to deal with the biggest public health crisis in a century and protect the well-being of our families and friends. A case in point, the anti-maskers state that in Michigan, masks in schools are optional and that it's working out just fine. Well, as it turns out, it's not fine at all when compared to Illinois. On February 5th, the COVID positivity rate in Michigan was 23%. On that same date, the positivity rate in Illinois was 8.5%. So Michigan's rate is currently over 270% more than that of Illinois. Additionally, the Detroit Free Press, using a University of Michigan study, reported in the fall that coronavirus cases in K-12 schools accounted for 50% of all known new outbreaks statewide in Michigan, more than in every other state, more than in every other setting in the state. As a resident of this district for 40 years and having 4 children go through District 15, please know that the rational approach being taken by this board to navigate our schools through a very rough time is appreciated by many in our community. As we begin to see some light at the end of the COVID tunnel, I'm sure that it would be much easier for you to give in to the intimidating attacks of a small vocal minority with their misleading disinformation and their questionable political motives. You displayed admirable courage in standing firm. Thank you.
Jenny Chang, please keep current COVID mitigations in place with mandated masks indoors, shield testing, quarantine, etc., for the safety of all students and staff. We are still in a pandemic and with only a small percentage of kids vaccinated and not having a vaccine yet for younger kids and babies, we need to keep our part. We need to keep our part to keep everyone safe. We have family members who are high risk and immune compromised, so even with them being vaccinated and boosted, it is not enough. Please, please keep the mask mandate as is so we can keep our schools open and safe for all students and staff.
Megan Meyer, I want to thank the board and the district administration for putting the safety needs of students and staff at the forefront of this decision, as well as the many decisions you have made throughout this pandemic. Maximizing physical safety and emotional safety are imperative to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for all of our students and staff. Following CDC recommendations and providing a thoughtful plan for removing any mitigations will ensure that our schools can safely stay open, which is essential for our students at this time and during a pandemic. District 15 has done what it takes to keep schools open and which should continue to be the priority. I support removing mask mandates in the future, but not yet, not at this time. We need to make sure that we are able to provide adequate time for school staff and families to plan and prepare students for this change to prevent potential negative outcomes. We also need to consider our youngest children. They deserve to have the opportunity to be vaccinated, to provide our littlest ones protection from the increased exposure due to lifting mitigations. Thank you for making these decisions that ultimately should remain focused on keeping schools open and continue to ensure safety for all of our students, staff, and families.
Ryan Smith, we are writing the District 15 Board of Education to request an end to the mask mandate inflicted on students in the district. At this point in time, with the severity of COVID variants on the decline, broad availability of shots, and what we know, and the CDC has stated, about the effectiveness of most masks, it does not make sense to cling to these policies any longer. Other schools in the area, as well as an entirety of many states around Illinois, have lifted their mandates and have proven that they are able to continue safely and effectively educating their students. Our child has frequently told us that she is consistently uncomfortable throughout the school day as a result of the mask and has come close to fainting in gym class. As you can imagine, it is troubling to hear these things from our student. We want what is best for our child, and we strongly believe this decision should be left to the parents of students rather than the district or governor.
Dodd Moore. I am a teacher in District 15. I support the mask mandate as it currently exists in Illinois schools. I would not want to see District 15 School Board cancel the mask mandate for all students and staff in our schools. I believe the mask mandate has ensured that our schools have been offering in-person instruction for all students since the start of the school year. We are still in a pandemic. Now is not the time to end the masking requirement in District 15.
Tiffany, as a nurse and nurse practitioner, I commend the board for upholding the mandate and putting the health of students and staff first. The behavior of those who cannot fathom helping other humans by doing something so simple that can prevent so much that is not doing harm by wearing is appalling. A piece of cloth literally has saved thousands in Illinois, and we so close to returning to a normal. Please know that there are many that thank you, but we have better things to do than protest, scream, threaten, or belittle those doing the right thing.
Joyce Slavic. With the recent anti-masking lawsuit ruling, this is not a time to be proud or celebrate. Our district and our teachers have done a great job this year keeping our kids safe and in school. Due to a vocal minority, our children, our teachers, our staff, our families, and our communities are now in chaos and at risk. These parents didn't work to promote the vaccines or education goals. They came out to complain about safety protocols during a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic for the purpose of saving lives. They've used their kids to promote divisiveness and unsafe practices. They've shared disinformation about vaccines and masks. Some of these parents signed on to this sad movement out of frustration and ignorance. Some of them have paid a grifter attorney a great deal of money to push an agenda and to line his pocket while he runs for office. None of us like wearing masks, but when the science, IDPH, or CDC tells us it's safe to remove them, that's when we should do so. And with some planning and organization. Young kids in particular do not handle sudden disorganized changes well. For those who came to this meeting that are not regulars or who are not in this district, please note that at every meeting, there is an excellent recounting of COVID cases and mitigation strategies for our district. I recommend listening to it. I also take note of the great work District 15 has done with improved behavior modification, culturally responsive learning, and finding ways to connect with non-native English-speaking parents. Be proud of these things. Thank a school board member, a staffer, or a teacher for the great work that they do to keep our kids safe and world-class learners.
Adam Bosk. I was able to review over the Moving 15 Forward plan and hope we can continue progress in this area. If this could happen without asking for more tax dollars, it would be ideal. Looking over the plans, it is a large project that would have a major cost. The reason for the cost makes sense and has so many benefits. Converting schools and making improvements to aging properties is a huge benefit to our district and helps reduce future issues and costs. Boundary changes also look great, but not perfect. We have lack of schools in certain areas in the district, which create dead zones. We are seeing new apartments being added and schools being over capacity. Making changes now to address those things will be needed now more than ever. The last observation I see on this plan is an addition of a middle school and full-day kindergarten. I hope this becomes a reality for D15. I would like to add, I thank the board, staff, and teachers for all their hard work. I hope we can continue to focus on kids' learning, health, and safety this year. The less impact to learning makes the education of our students a priority. It is appreciated.
Adriana, masks kept the schools open and kids safe. Please listen to CDC and science. Thank you.
Sally McDavid. I support wearing masks in school. My children did attend District 15 schools in the past. I have taught in District 211 and Harper College. I have lived in Palatine most of my life since 1969. Protect our community by upholding a mask mandate.
Wouter Prunk. I support our school board, our teachers, and our students. Please continue with masks until the IDPH has determined it's safe to remove them. I support an honest, accurate education.
Christine Trilling Races. Please continue the mask mandate until sure it is the right thing to remove. If we remove masks and all other COVID precautions, I also expect the after-school activities to return immediately. My child has been much more impacted by the complete lack of school enrichment more than masks. He doesn't mind the masks, and in fact, he has been sick less overall. What has been detrimental is a total elimination of activities that make school fun and allow for positive peer connections.
Lauren Freeman. I am a teacher at Plum Grove and would like the board to consider using community metrics to inform masking decisions. When community transmission is high, we should wear masks. I would not want a situation like last year where we were virtual. Students are still recovering from lost learning opportunities. It would be nice if masking could be optional when metrics support it, but also required when transmission rates are high. Perhaps the school board policy could spell out a range when masking would be required. This would be similar to our inclement weather policies.
James Fritz, District 15 School Board. To begin, your cancellation of the meeting last second illustrates the lack of respect you have for our community and the inept ability you have to lead our school board. I was born in this district in 1980, and this by far is the most disappointed I have ever felt about the leadership and power. The lack of respect you have given every parent and child in this district will be on full display as virtual meetings and virtual learning are garbage and have proven ineffective throughout this pandemic. So below is my response via letter since you have cowardly canceled our meeting and moved virtual. It has been 2 years of a pandemic with lockdowns, remote learning, and masking with zero changes in our school and just more demands. We have gathered data to better understand what this virus does and who it impacts. Yet we are still operating as if this virus is new. So what have we learned in 2 years? We know it is extremely rare for a child under the age of 18 to die from COVID. CDC states a total of 910 total deaths in the US of kids 0 to 18 years old. To put that in perspective, we can compare this to 9,716 kids ages 10 to 19 who died from suicide in 2016, according to the CDC. We know the flu is more deadly to our children than COVID. The CDC provided a study that stated lockdowns did not help us and caused us as a society more harm, especially our children. CDC provided a study showing that paper masks are basically useless, which our kids have worn for 2 years, and only provide an additional 5% safety. Just nonsense. We were told vaccines will protect you from getting COVID. Incorrect again. CDC just stated that they were wrong and should have had people wait 8 weeks in between their first and second doses due to potential cardiac issues. Another whoopsie. Everything you have done to this point has been done with a knee-jerk reaction based on political agenda, the teachers union, and the pandering to the few. Forced masking, AKA a form of child abuse. No one knows the long-term impact this nonsense will have. Pressured kids to get vaccinated so they can go to camps and other activities, all on information which has been worthless for our children, and nobody knows the long-term impact of the vaccine in kids or adults. Weekly testing, SHIELD, which is all it does is take our kids out of class each week and learn less. Idiotic. Masks have hurt my family. My kindergarten at Hunting Ridge is well behind where his sister was in kindergarten, as she was lucky enough to have almost 2 years without a mask in school. Him being masked inhibited his ability to see teachers enunciate words and letters, and let alone hear her through the mask. Extremely frustrating that we parents at home have to try to pick up the slack and get the extra help. Socially, there is zero ability for these kids to interact, and they are just told to not speak and listen to mumbling teacher in a mask. Nonsense. Quit kidding yourselves and acting like you are scientists. I counted 15 US states as of yesterday that require masks in school, many of which will be eliminated soon. And all those states have a very heavy teachers union. Again, your legal mafia, not a coincidence. Time to start acting like an adult. And as I always hear from the teachers union, AKA mafia, say we are just doing it for the kids. Quit lying. As we know, this is your political gain, negotiating power, and you don't have a care for our children's learning or mental health if mask policy stays in place. FYI, this will not be the last time you hear from me, and I will be in contact as well as protesting daily until my children are allowed to walk into that school without a mask. Parents understand what you are doing is illegal, and you are breaking the law by not following the most recent ruling by the Illinois judge. I hope this does not have to be a continued battle, and you will follow the law as it is stated. And if we must be added to this suit, don't worry, that will be the next step, and we will hold the board accountable. Jim Fritz.
Dan Murda. On the 4th of July, 1776, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence, and here's what they said. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In 1891, our Supreme Court, in a case called Oxford, explained that medical liberty is inalienable, and one of the most cherished rights we can ever have, they said. No right is held more sacred or is more carefully guarded by the common law than the right of every individual to the possession and control of his own person, free from restraint or interference of others. The right to one's person may be said to be a right of complete immunity to be let alone. I'm not forcing anyone to remove a face mask, and I don't want my child to be forced to wear one. Wearing masks must be optional. It's parents' decision what their children wear, eat, or do. Your job is to make sure that the children receive the best education possible. We live in a free country, the land of the free and the home of the brave. We do not want medical tyranny, political science that changes to fit your political views. Masks optional.
Laura Blair, as a teacher at Plum Grove Junior High, I would like masks to stay in place until the end of this school year. I have a child at home who is under 5 and cannot be vaccinated, but will once it's available. I have had many students this year get COVID, and I believe that since we were both wearing masks, I did not contract it nor pass it along. By both students and teachers wearing masks, this allows me to safely help my students one-on-one, and I'm not afraid to sit next to a student and help with their work. However, if masks come off, I will remain 6 feet from those students who are not wearing a mask, and that help will be more challenging to give and receive.
Karen Bales, it is time to stop the bullying of school staff and board members at every turn. I was an educator for 40 years, and I know firsthand that these are the people who stand up to the shooters, abusive family members, crazy community members, come to work sick, help poor families, homeless kids, and buy school supplies out of their own pockets because they are professionals and care about their students, all while struggling with the same issues all families do. It should have been evident to families when kids were quarantined what a difficult job teaching is. Public health is not a political issue. Science is not a political issue. When was the last time you heard anybody having polio or TB? That's because our parents did what was good for all, listened to the science, and thought about the good of the community instead of just what they wanted. Time to change the attitude to gratitude.
Carla O'Connor, I am a teacher at Paddock School. I feel that wearing masks has helped us to keep the COVID occurrences low in our building. I have never had an issue with my third graders refusing to or complaining about wearing masks. They are happy to be in school with their peers. Even if the governor lifts the indoor mask mandate, I feel that we should continue to wear them in schools. Children do not always have the same social distancing practices as adults, not to mention snotty noses and less than ideal hygiene. Please consider the teachers who have no choice but to be surrounded by hundreds of people each day in close quarters. If masks help us feel a little safer, I feel that it is a small sacrifice to make. Many are assuming and claiming that students hate wearing masks and are fighting for their child's rights. However, I bet if you surveyed the students, they would say it really isn't a big deal. They are just happy to be in school. Thanks for listening.
Natalie Dalton. As a teacher in District 15 who has a newborn and a 4-year-old at home, I feel allowing children to be unmasked at school puts my children at home at risk. Although I am vaccinated, my children are currently unable to be vaccinated. I would hope that although masks are not fun to wear, we can continue to wear them until the end of the school year to ensure the health of not only the staff, but their children who are unable to be vaccinated at home. I do understand that eventually masks will no longer be needed/required, and I am for that when the time is right, when everyone can be vaccinated who wants to be vaccinated, and those age groups who are just approved have ample time to be vaccinated. Our schools are already facing a sub shortage, and by removing masks, I fear that this will continue to spread the virus, causing teachers to be out on numerous days. If I am exposed, then my child is exposed, and then their daycare facility is also exposed. If we want to be in person and healthy, we need to be masked until we are all able to be safely unmasked without impact to our attendance, student attendance, and our children's classrooms at daycare. We need to respect each other and understand that even if you do not choose to be vaccinated, those of us who do and would like our children to be should be afforded the time and safety of masking in order to do so.
Brent Elstrom. I want to open with the fact that as of this meeting, you have forced all District 15 students and teachers to attend 5 days of school with unlawful required masking and direct conflict with the standing court order. You are aware of this court order as it appears on your agenda for tonight's meeting, and yet you continue to act knowingly in defiance of the law to the detriment of our children and your staff. I wanted to highlight that as I am unable to give these remarks myself due to your refusal and to hold an in-person meeting, I was originally very understanding that the main goal of this board was to keep schools open. That paired with the constantly changing mitigation efforts created various rules out of the good intention to keep kids learning and to appear to be doing something to limit risk. But that has all changed. Now we have years of data from locations that never masked. We now know that the cloth masks do not meaningfully stop the spread of coronavirus in schools, but do stop the academic, social, and emotional advancement of our children. The time to stop forced masking was months ago when all of this was already clear. Most other jurisdictions have already stopped masking their children for these reasons, and yet you continue to enforce these unlawful and ineffective rules in a misguided attempt to appear like you are taking action, even if meaningless, to show that you still take COVID seriously. This is wrong. Keeping mandates in defiance of a court order is wrong. Your cancellation of Wednesday night's meeting was cowardly. The governor's order that you were all able to hide behind has been voided. You are now choosing to continue to enforce this unlawful order and refusing to meet in person with your constituents to explain why you are acting unlawfully. You are choosing to continue to have our children struggle emotionally from not being able to see each other's faces. You are choosing to have our children suffer academically and be disengaged in school. You can no longer say this is coming from above and out of your control. You are making the choice to do these things, and it is shameful. Nobody is advocating for a mask prohibition. We just want our kids to have the choice of whether to mask or not in compliance with the court order that is in effect. Concerned people can use an N95 mask that personally protects the wearer. This will allow those that are hesitant to protect themselves while others can be allowed to move on from this pandemic. I understand that when most of you signed up to be on the school board, you did not intend to be dealing with any of these issues. If you are unwilling to comply with the court order that mandates masks be optional in our schools, you should do the honorable thing and resign immediately. If you remain on the school board and refuse to comply with valid court orders, parents will be forced to seek legal remedies for your failure to act lawfully.
Lindsay Wall Sukari. I am grateful for the district's continued communication around COVID-19 policies, including their update on Sunday around the recent challenge to school masking. I am supportive of continued safety measures in District 15, including the use of masks to safeguard the health of our students, staff, and faculty during this time.
Nicole Mallon. My name is Nicole Mallon. I am currently in my 18th year teaching in District 15. I am also a former District 15 student and live in the community where my two boys went to Thomas Jefferson, so I'm very vested in this district. I was diagnosed 3 years ago with rheumatoid arthritis, so COVID was pretty scary. I had my flu shot, both vaccines, and boosted, but still got COVID twice. I am not writing to persuade the mask mandate to continue, rather to let you know why it should not. This has been the hardest 3 years for us teachers with all the day-to-day changes, virtual expectations, and increased workload. Nonetheless, the fact that I have to continuously tell my students to put their mask up and not see their smiling faces has been one of the most challenging aspects of COVID. I saw something that made me think about the last time my fourth graders saw school as normal was when they were in first grade. That just about made me cry. We have asked our children and families to comply with a mandate that served us well during the time when the virus was new and scary, but now the science is showing most of the masks that are used are only somewhat effective. Children need to see their teachers' smiling faces. Enunciation is only effective when children see their teacher's mouth. Facial expressions give way to so much more than just a smile or a frown. It can show compassion, confusion, humor, and pain. I've been a reading specialist, second, third, and fourth grade teacher in District 15, and I'm sure teaching sans a mask improves the academic, social, and emotional well-being of our students. I have a compromised immune system, so I am careful, but I also love teaching as much now, 18 years later, as I did when I first began. I think it's important to share my story and opinion. Thank you in advance for taking the time to read my email, and enjoy your evening.
Dr. Schnorr.
Yes.
Dr. Schnorr, hold for a second. We're
Okay.
at the a minute or two over the 1 hour mark. I'd like to take a quick 5-minute break or so. Everyone can turn their cameras off and come back. It's 9:02 right now at 9:07, and then we'll continue on with the commentary. I would like to state that the comments are being read in the exact order that we received them into our Google Doc. So every single one of them is timestamped. The board has a written copy of the comments with the timestamp and the contact information, and it's following exactly as they came in. And I thank you both for doing a great job with the reading.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. See you in 5.
All right, bye. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Good. Good.
Hi, where is everybody? We're
Slowly coming back in.
9:08. So we're just about halfway with the comments that we received through the Google form for to
Yep.
submit.
So 57 is the comment that Dr. Schnorr will commence with. 57 of 117.
Okay, ready. Lindsay Wall Sukari. You said
Nope, I think
57,
you
right?
should be
Oh, sorry,
57.
I have to
Katie-
change my
Katie,
page. Hang on. Okay. Ann Ryba. We raised our children in District 15, where they both received 8 years of stellar education from a cadre of excellent educators. It is disheartening to see destructive political theater now take so much staff time, making teachers suffer and be exposed not only to all the difficulties of the new learning environment, but to life-threatening illness should an unmasked COVID-carrying student be in their classroom. And then add the violence of students bringing knives to defend their masking position. It is sick. Destructive, ignorant anti-maskers threaten and intimidate the school board, district staff, and teachers. They should be held accountable by officials, monitored for criminal behavior, and prosecuted when necessary.
Chris Maher. To each his own. If someone has a weakened immune system or isn't healthy, they can do what's best for them. If someone is healthy, like most kids, they're not at serious risk, and it's up to the family to decide. Either way, the family and individuals decide what's best for them. If anyone is worried, then they can wear a mask, and if they believe that protects them, then great.
Hey, Meg, can you jump up to Katie?
I missed that one. Okay, so this is
right.
Katie. This was at on 2/10/2022 at 10:47. Thank you to Dr. Hines and the Board of Education for your commitment to our children's and school staff safety with the recent ruling that was correctly identified to not apply to our school district. While other neighboring districts who were also not a party to this legal matter buckled under pressure and gave in to lifting masking in school, District 15 demonstrated its understanding and trust in the scientific community and the need to be better together as a community in wearing masks as a protective layer in COVID mitigation. We so easily forget that masking is not for our own personal protection, but for the communal effort to protect those who are immune compromised and unable to wear a mask or be vaccinated. I am proud to be a member of a community that teaches our children through our actions that we will stand up for what is right, what is safe, and what is compassionate. So thank you for upholding masking in school. I hope D15 continues to remain patient, follow scientific and medical guidelines, and stays the course to keep our community safe. The suggestion is to continue providing additional lessons and social emotional support for the collective trauma of this pandemic as plans are made when the time comes to lifting masking requirements in schools. If we can learn anything from the concerning issues we've seen at the high school level, is D211 when masking was lifted, students shouldn't be thrown into this new situation in which some families may need to continue masking when most are able to unmask due to health circumstances in the home. Thank you for this consideration.
Dr. Schnorr, do you want to read Ann Ryba then to get us back on?
Yes. This is a repeat of Ann Ryba. We raised our children. Oh, yeah. So you can go ahead with Amy Berry.
Sorry, Amy Berry.
That's okay.
I support ending the mask mandate. I teach in the district. Students are the least vulnerable population for serious illness with all known variants of COVID-19. Our district should not wait to be sued in order to change this policy. Please follow suit with our high school district and make masks optional. The majority of the US states have already led the way with this decision.
Mike Blazevich. My son will be attending school at District 15 in a couple years. I've lived in Winston Knolls my whole life. I love the area and I love the schools. I attended Thomas Jefferson and Carl Sandburg Junior High. I completely support the reconfiguring the school boundaries. I don't agree with making Winston Knolls be bused to Marion Jordan. I live walking distance from Whiteley Elementary School. I would hate for my son to have to be bused to an elementary school when a local elementary school is walking distances away. Please consider adjusting the boundaries for Winston Knowles subdivision for the Moving 15 Forward plan. I would make the subdivisions like Inverness, Bonnie Glen, Charlemagne, and Windermere attend Marion Jordan Elementary School. These subdivisions already have students that are not in walking distance to the school and have to be bused anyway. Please consider making these adjustments on the new boundary plans.
Laura Kretzinger. I am a teacher at Paddock School. Thank you for the difficult work you are doing for our district. I would like to ask you to consider making your decision based on the trend data versus pressure and emotion. Clearly, there are people with very passionate about these issues, and which is understandable. The decision is inevitably going to make one group of stakeholders or another group upset. I've been happy to see that the positivity rates have been declining, both in Palatine and specifically within the school setting across the district. I will certainly respect and abide by whatever decision is made by our Board of Ed.
Joe and Tracy Hanley. Good evening. A large group of Illinois parents won a lawsuit for the right to choose whether or not a child is required to wear a mask to school. Even though District 15 was not part of that lawsuit, the judge granted permission for each local school district to govern themselves accordingly. It is time for District 15 to let parents choose what is best for their own child. Wearing a mask and breathing in recycled air is not healthy for children. Running in a gym and playing sports with masks on is not healthy. Being unable to see the expressions on the faces of their classmates and teachers is not healthy for children. If a parent wants their child to continue wearing a mask, there will be no argument from most, but let parents who do not want their child to wear a mask to school have the choice. Emergency masking has been going on for 2 years. We are no longer in a crisis. COVID numbers have decreased dramatically. The COVID strains are not as dangerous as they once were. Mask studies have proven them largely ineffective at preventing the spread of the microscopic COVID-19 particles, and hospitals have empty beds. There are only 9 states left in America that have universal masking mandates. There are now less than 7 states that have mask requirements for students. Soon, there will be less than 5 states with requirements for students to wear a mask to school. In terms of COVID numbers, states that never required masks are doing the same or even better than states that mandate school masking. Please do the right thing for our children. It is time to let parents make the choice that is right for their child. Thank you.
Tina, I believe it is important that staff and students continue with masking because cases are still on the rise. We don't want kids to go remote. We want to be in the classroom with the students. Following CDC is important. I would also be broken if I found out one of our students got really sick because we wanted to lift the mask mandate too early. Thank you.
Melissa Liberati. As a teacher in District 15, I feel that we should finish the year strong with all of the policies and guidelines we have put in place in regards to the pandemic. While we cannot mask, contact trace, etc. forever, we should not disrupt our students' lives in the middle of the year. There is so much uncertainty in the world right now, and we need to provide consistent and safe learning environment for our students. Changing the guidelines/policies in the middle of the year does not do this. Revisit the policies and guidelines over the summer. Do not let people outside of Palatine and D15 influence this decision.
Jennifer Clark. Good evening, school board and Dr. Hines. As a 22-year teaching veteran of District 15 and community member with school-aged children, I know this district has always had the best interest of our students at heart. I am writing to express my concern with the reductions of mitigations, including masking, that I am seeing in surrounding school districts. Almost half of my students elected to learn remotely for the 2020-21 school year due to concerns about their safety during the pandemic. They have safely returned to school this year, and they are understandably nervous about the lifting of the mask requirements. Although I am double vaxxed and boosted, I will continue to wear my mask proudly in support of those students who are frightened and anxious and need a safe place to learn. I will continue to be a role model for my students. As you are preparing to meet and discuss masking tonight, I ask that you consider continuing to require masks of all of our staff and students in our schools until science, rather than a judge, agrees that we no longer need masking as a mitigation strategy. Respectfully, Jennifer Clark.
Erica Ramirez Abadi. Although my family and I respect and even understand the desire to remove masks in public spaces by some citizens, we feel strongly about keeping our children safe and protected. Just as with other required immunizations, the COVID-19 vaccination needs to be required for all staff and students if masks were to be removed. Students who did not comply with the smallpox and other vaccines are not allowed in schools. This is not a political matter, it is a public health issue. We all live in a society that sometimes will require us to follow rules and requirements that some may not like. Rules and regulations will never be accepted by all. That is why we elect leaders that are expected to advocate and protect the public health and overall safety. My right to live and remain healthy is as important as the others who do not believe/agree with vaccinations and other public health regulations. Please either require vaccination or keep COVID precautions for all public spaces, especially schools. One single hospitalization or death in our schools due to COVID would undermine everything D15 has done to protect its staff and students for the overall community it serves. For the common good of all, we must compromise. We cannot remove masks, not require vaccinations, and leave that decision up to each family individual. That will turn into chaos. Do we need additional stress in schools, communities, and families? I think we can all agree that we do not. Please protect our students and community.
Noah, I am asking District 15 to continue the masking protocol as recommended by the American Pediatric Association and the CDC. An argument against school masking is that masking is contributing to mental illness. Research has shown an increase in mental illness in children associated with the pandemic. However, there is little evidence that masking on its own is a contributor. If this was the case, wouldn't we have data showing that states like Florida, Texas, etc., who do not require masking in schools have fewer mental health issues than those that do? There have been studies, however, that have shown that schools where masking is optional have higher COVID transmissibility and outbreaks than districts that require masks. Illinois is still in the high transmissibility category. Therefore, I strongly urge District 15 to continue keeping current COVID protocols at this time.
Kathy Yates. I am the parent of a child at Hunting Ridge with a very rare autoimmune disease. When she was in kindergarten at Marion Jordan, now at Hunting Ridge, she was diagnosed with JDM. In a matter of months, she went from being a regular runaround 6-year-old kid to barely being able to walk across a room and in extreme pain. JDM makes your immune system think that your own bodily tissue, including organ tissue, is foreign and attacks it. In essence, your immune system is trying to shut your body down. She battled and battled for 4 years to get into remission. This includes surgeries, strong medications, through injections, and surgically implanted port. Too many trips to Lurie Children's Hospital to count. Doctors, nurses, needles, tests, constant blood work, physical therapy, and many missed days too ill to go to school. The list goes on. There were some very scary times when we looked at our precious child and pray that she would not keep heading downhill. We have vivid memories of carrying her from her bed at 6 years old to the couch because she was too weak to walk. This little girl who was months before running around on the soccer field was now unable to walk across a room. Sitting with her as she was crying and asking why this happened to her left us with no answers other than telling her that it was going to be okay and hoping it wasn't going to be a lie. Children each year die from JDM. We know that she is fortunate to be in remission. We are grateful and thankful for that. However, there is no cure for JDM. And we live in a constant protective state of keeping her from coming out of remission with her immune system being triggered. Enter COVID. We have taken precautions to be careful, and she is fully vaccinated. We have tried to straddle the line between protecting her and allowing her to have as close to a normal childhood as possible. We do not know what would happen if she got COVID. Recently, a child with the same type of JDM, just about the same age, did not make it when COVID complicated her condition. We understand and appreciate the strong beliefs in freedom of choice. What about protecting those who are more vulnerable? If any students opt to not wear a mask and come to school with asymptomatic COVID, what will happen to my daughter? Would you take the chance if she were your child? Where is her freedom to be able to be in a safe classroom? For her to mask alone may not be enough to stop her from contracting it. To protect her and those with conditions like hers, others need to mask to keep them from potentially breathing it into the air. Should she have to choose between staying home and endangering herself? Should she and others like her be forced to isolate? She has had a 504 since kindergarten that was put into place to keep her classroom extra clean and to protect her from catching things that could bring her out of remission and possibly cause her to become gravely ill or worse. The schools have done an excellent job. Now, parents want to send their own children to school, possibly carrying a highly contagious and potentially deadly disease without the basic face covering to stop the spread. How would you feel? What would you do? Would you send your child, who had to stay home for such a long time due to fighting the disease, to school knowing that she may contract it? Or would you isolate her from friends and teachers, not allowing her to have the freedom to attend class as other children can? Is her freedom a sacrifice for that of others? I have stayed out of the conversation so far, and masking was in place, so there was no need to enter the debates. Well, now the masks may come off. This is not a political debate for me. I truly hope neither we nor our daughter receive any backlash for publicly sharing information about her disease. Again, I ask you, what would you do? She already missed many days of school in her early years fighting this disease. She is a warrior. Please don't make her have to choose between her health and her school. She loves her school and her classmates. She loves every day she is there because she knows what it's like to not be able to go. Don't take it away from her and other children who may be vulnerable. Have the children wear masks. It protects them all. As Mahatma Gandhi said, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Thank you for your time and attention. Sincerely, Kathy Yates.
Megan Rothenberg. Good evening, school board members. My name is Megan Rothenberg. My name may ring a bell, as I am sure you have read one or more of my emails. This is my face. I believe it is important for you to recognize my face, the same as it is for our children to be able to recognize the faces of their teachers and friends. I am a mother of 4 children, ages 6, 4, 3, 1, and you never know if more are to come. So let's say you're stuck with me for some time. I am standing before you respectfully supporting the board place the choice of masking in the hands of each individual's child's parents. Everyone speaking before you today are parents doing what we believe is the best for our children and their educational needs. I respect those who want their children remain masked as well as unmasked. I believe that each parent must be able to make the best choice for their children and families. Speaking of children, I would like to introduce you to my son, Joe. Joe is 4, almost 5, and is in the pre-kindergarten program at Sanborn. Joe has apraxia of speech, a speech delay that affects his ability to form sounds for words. As you can imagine, adding a mask to Joe's speech and losing the ability to visualize how our mouth forms words makes his progress slower. Joe receives speech once weekly at Sanborn while wearing a mask, as he is not qualified for an exemption. I often struggle to understand how speech sessions can be effective while wearing masks. To that point, Joe has verbalized that the teacher must sometimes pull her mask down so she can demonstrate facial and tongue movements for him. This is not just local. 96% of schools in the UK are concerned about the speech and language development of students. Jeffries, 2021. UK schools have even seen a 76% increase in students requiring speech support in 2021 compared to 2020. Jeffries, 2021. Speech pathologists in the US are also reporting increases in cases, some as high as 364%. Kelly, 2021. We are damaging our children. They need to see each other's faces to learn how to speak. 60% of speech is nonverbal facial cues, and wearing a mask removes over half of our children's ability to communicate. Thompson, 2011. Charney, Kamatra, and Chen, 2020, discussed in the Journal of, otolaryngology, head and neck surgery, that the loss of visual cues may exacerbate existing or affect the acquisition of language skills, even in children without developmental challenges. Additionally, the impacts of social distancing and speech development can also be seen in my home. My younger son, Miles, who is 3, has missed out on toddler programs our other children had, and now is slated to start at Sanborn for speech delay. Miles' speech delay is directly related to his lack of exposure to children his age, along with Joe being his sole source of speech development. It is cases like Joe and Miles that illustrate the importance for parents to be able to make decisions that are best for their children's needs and not to try to make universal decisions that impact all children equally. This past week, we have seen multiple states transition to maskless or mask optional school setting. Our surrounding states, Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, and Indiana did not mandate masks in schools at all this year. So why can't we? This issue needs to move away from a politically and emotionally driven position. We need to focus on the developmental future of our children. We need to make individualized plans and decisions based on the best interests of each child, mask or no mask. Let the parents decide. I sincerely thank you for your time. Megan Rothenberg.
Natalie Avalar. I urge the board to consider the costs associated with removing the mask mandate. Teachers have had no additional sick days this year for COVID. We had extra days when we were all home teaching remotely in the spring of 2020, and when we came back in person, those were no longer available. I'm greatly concerned that if we remove the mask mandate, I could contract COVID and carry it home to my son. In either case, I have to keep him home from daycare because children under the age of 5 cannot be vaccinated yet. If you are going to lift the mask mandate, many of your staff will likely need more sick days to accommodate the guidelines we still have to follow for daycares. Since I will be around 100 unmasked students each day, it is impossible to say that I haven't been a close contact to a positive individual. Therefore, I have to err on the side of caution and keep my child home if either one of us show a symptom. I can go and get tested, but we know that the most reliable tests are the labs, and the results take a couple of days. Surely you will see how this adds up over the year. In the end, I know that everyone has differing views on this. I just urge you to build some protection for teachers who may be impacted by daycare requirements. Finally, what can we do to protect our immunocompromised staff members? We have some who have gone through chemo. Would it be reasonable to compromise to say that students stay masked in their classes to help keep their teacher healthy at school and teaching? I am concerned for their safety and the lost instruction if they do fall ill and need extended time off.
Dory Rowland. Our family supports the use of masks in schools. Medical professionals and researchers are doing their best to fight the war on COVID, even though they make mistakes or have to change guidelines from time to time. Supporting them by wearing masks is the least the rest of us can do. If that feels like a sacrifice to some people, they should ask themselves why they're not willing to sacrifice to protect the vulnerable.
Eric Rodriguez. Based on the court ruling this past week, D15 must honor the TRO and stop enforcing the mask mandates for students and staff. While other schools in our area have already done so, D15 continues to enforce these unconstitutional mandates. It is well known and acknowledged by the health organizations that cloth masks do little, if at all, to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Not only that, but children are the lowest risk group when it comes to severe illness with this virus. The science these mandates claim to follow has been proven to be outdated. On top of all of that, there are the effects these mask mandates have had on learning, from speech development, communication skills, facial cue recognition, and simply being able to hear the teacher's speech clearly. The time has come to end these mandates. D15 must do what's right.
Phil Horn. My name is Phil Horn, and I am the father of 3 students from 1st to 6th grade at Paddock Elementary. I write you today to express my disappointment over your decision to continue the mask mandate despite the court ruling this past weekend. Since day one, the decision to wear a mask should have been that of each individual family. Children across the country have been attending school all year without masks, and they are certainly no worse off than our district is. The extreme measures that remain in place in D15 to try and control the uncontrollable are causing far greater harm than good. This weekend's ruling provided you the perfect opportunity to close the chapter on mandates at our schools, and you failed to embrace it. You have now asked us to be understanding and patient. It has been over 2 years and we are done being patient. We are surrounded by public and private schools, both named and unnamed in the lawsuit, whose boards were clearly more prepared for this moment than ours, and they made timely decisions to rescind the mask mandate. Here we sit at a cowardly rescheduled virtual meeting on Friday night so you can drag your feet and hope for a reversal of the decision on appeal. It shouldn't matter what that appeal result is. When the mandate puts in place create more harm than good, that should be all you need to reverse them. Over the past 2 years, our district has turned into a place where, number one, student achievement has dropped, your number one objective. The current environment is not conducive to learning and development. Number two, our kids haven't had a normal lunch, recess, gym class, or after-school activity in over 2 years. As an example, at 6th grade band practice last week, our son was told by the instructor that it was too dangerous to blow into their instruments. You cannot make these things up. Number three, parents are not allowed to volunteer or participate in normal ways because according to our principal, the teachers aren't comfortable having the parents in the building. Number four, you cannot attract enough teachers, substitutes, or other employees due to the undesirable work environment your rules have created. Number five, you have a Department of Transportation that cannot do its job. You have reduced the number of children eligible for transportation and they still can't get the students to school on time. And now in the middle of the year, you are changing the start times of our schools because the department head cannot adequately perform his job. I humbly suggest that you have him drive a bus and find another department head. No private business would accept such a. I could go on.
You have a lot of static.
Pardon me?
You have a lot of static. I'm not sure what's happening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I could go on and on, is that better? I could go on and on, but we all need a little common sense instead of overreach. Remove the guidelines and remove the mask mandate and let our children enjoy a normal school year going forward. Mandates do not belong in our country, our state, or our schools. We cannot protect everyone from everything. Each family has ample opportunity to adjust their lives to live with the risk. Our family chose to vaccinate all 3 of our kids. We do not judge others who haven't or request that they be mandated to do so. We respect each individual's family's right to choose. We expect the same respect to be shown to us regarding masks. My youngest son is in 1st grade and doesn't know what it's like to attend school without a mask. It breaks my heart to watch him be frustrated, have difficulty with speech, and struggle to express himself to his classmates daily. I don't want him to continue to think this is normal. I cannot wait to walk my kids up to school and see all those smiling, excited faces. That day should have been Monday, February 7th. Sincerely, Phil Horn.
Melanie Stevens. I am a teacher in CCSD 15. A large part of my job is ensuring that all students in my classroom are welcomed into a safe environment. Not all kids have the same health or immunity as others. Some kids come to school with autoimmune diseases or other health concerns that automatically make them more susceptible to COVID-19. It would not be in those students' best interests for masks to be optional. Students have been successful in wearing masks at school for the past 2 years. It does not harm students to continue with a routine they have been following for 2 years. It does harm students who have compromised immune systems to change the masking policy in schools. It is my job to stick up and protect all students in my classroom. Wearing a mask does not put students in harm's way, but changing the mask policy and making it optional would put certain demographics of students at risk. It is not fair to put immune-compromised students at higher risk of catching COVID-19 at the expense of everyone's comfortability.
Nicole Mueller. This pandemic has been incredibly hard to say the least. Even adults who are mature people with years of experience dealing with tough times, adversity, and learning how to navigate difficult situations are struggling and suffering. But our young, impressionable children have it the worst because these coping mechanisms only come with time and age. As I'm sure you know, many children aren't in tune with their feelings, fears, worries, and words like an adult might be. For adults, we still know what normal is, and while 2 years of inconvenience is not ideal, it is manageable. Our identities aren't defined by this pandemic, but our identities were set many years ago. But for our children, it has been over 700 days since they have had a normal school year or a normal life. over 700 days, which is more like a lifetime for them. Kids don't know who they are anymore without masks. It's been so long that their identity has become connected to them. I've even heard comments that some students like wearing the mask so they can hide their face and not be seen. How heartbreaking. This needs to change right now. I recognize that some of these pandemic mitigation strategies have sounded good initially and even been needed in the beginning due to the novelty of this virus, lack of knowledge on how to treat the virus, and the absence of medicines and vaccines. But now, today, these mitigation strategies are no longer necessary or even working. That is why so many parents within the community for which you were elected to serve are asking you to remove them from schools. The state of emergency has dragged on for far too long, and it is time to end it. Unfortunately, like the common cold and flu, COVID is here to stay, and it is ludicrous to think that we are going to continue to live like this forever. Emergency use authorization and mandates made under a state of emergency were never intended to last for years. Moreover, mandates are not laws and executive orders put into place by our governor to bypass the stalled Illinois General Assembly HB 2789 is a gross overreach and abuse of power. Not to mention, almost every other state in the country has lifted their stringent COVID restrictions, including mask mandates in public spaces and in schools. Why hasn't Illinois yet? And most importantly, why hasn't District 15 lifted these restrictions yet? While D15 was not specifically named in the Austin versus Pritzker suit, Judge Grishow was clear that this ruling applied to the entire state, and almost every other school district in our surrounding area has already decided to go mask optional. We are the second largest elementary school district in Illinois, which makes us powerful and influential. Other districts used to look to us for guidance and leadership, yet in the past year or so, we have suddenly become a district of let's wait and see what everyone else is doing. My apologies if I don't understand, but the last time I checked, the CCSD 15 Board of Ed is comprised of elected officials that are supposed to represent the voice of the people within the community that you serve. That would be us, the people of Palatine and the other cities within our district. Who you do not serve is the other school districts, the IDPH, the IBOE, and/or Governor Pritzker. Is this a money thing? If so, perhaps we should not have been so eager to accept ESSER funds if it meant we made a deal with the devil and are now in a bind on how to legally keep our obligation to the government and also legally abide by the TRO ruling and the requests of the community for which you are supposed to serve. Earlier this week on Fox News, there was a graph comparing recent news COVID cases in Texas, one of the most conservative states, versus California, one of the most restricted states like Illinois. The data, which came from the CDC, showed there was no significant difference in new cases. Why? Because face masks are not effective. To date, there has yet to be any real concrete peer-reviewed scientific data that proves that wearing masks all day long indoor spaces is an effective strategy for mitigating the spread of COVID-19. Hence, why the numbers continue to fluctuate and people, even masked and vaxxed, continue to catch, spread, and get sick from COVID. However, there is a ton of data available to support that wearing masks is leading to exponential increases in migraine headaches, bacterial infections, anxiety, depression, suicide attempts, suicide learning loss, delays in speech, social emotional aggression, just to name a few, especially in our children. Children cannot breathe in these masks. Children cannot see the faces of their classmates or teachers. They are not learning important visual social cues. They cannot see how their teacher is moving their mouth and making certain sounds. They cannot hear very well. They are inhaling gross bacteria that collects in their moist mask and have to wear them for hours and hours on end, and that is causing gut and lung infections. Yes, they are physically in school, which is great, but their education, along with their mental, emotional, and physical health, is still suffering. Taken directly from the CDC
Dr.
website.
Kowalczyk, I'm
Yes.
sorry, that's the 5-minute mark, Mrs. Shupai.
Oh,
Thank you.
hey, Caitlin Gerke. Hi, my name is Caitlin Gerke, and I'm the mother of 3, my oldest of which is an elementary school student at Paddock. I am also a registered nurse of more than 10 years and therefore a strong advocate for medical science. And currently, the scientific data does not match up with the mask protocols currently in place. For one, kids are far and away the lowest risk group within the society when it comes to getting, transmitting, or having serious symptoms from COVID-19. Only a tiny percentage of students, those with comorbidities, are experiencing serious medical outcomes on account of this virus. In addition, there's unrefuted scientific evidence showing that cloth mask efficacy is very poor at stopping transmission. Meanwhile, there is mounting scientific and anecdotal evidence that masking children for hours on end is actually causing serious negative psychological, social, and learning issues that far outweigh the risks of getting the disease that presents in most children as no more than a cold. This is especially true for younger children who have yet to learn reading facial cues, understanding facial emotions, or developing relationships. Can you imagine trying to learn how to read and sound out words without seeing how a teacher uses her mouth to form said words? I no longer find it acceptable to subject my child to these serious issues when science clearly shows that there's no justifiable reason to do so. I feel so strongly about defending my child's future and safety that I've begun preparing myself mentally for the eventuality that I may have to leave my family and friends behind and move to one of the many states where children are safely living a normal mask-free life. States where COVID outcomes among children are no worse than states with mask mandates. I implore this board to look at the data. It no longer supports what we are doing to our children. In fact, it flat out disagrees with what we are doing to them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Aaron Areshkoff. In regard to the mask mandate, I strongly agree with D15's current decision to keep the mandate in place. We all want our kids in school, and there is abundant, sound scientific evidence that shows that masking works in preventing the spread of COVID. My kindergartner is vaccinated and has no other health conditions. He would most likely be fine if he were to get COVID. However, he has 3 younger siblings, 4 months to 2 years old, that are ineligible to be vaccinated. Additionally, there are students throughout our schools who are immune compromised or who have endured various illnesses or diseases such as childhood cancer that cause them to be more susceptible to the negative effects of COVID. If we could prevent the spread by having our children do something as simple as wearing a mask to allow all children to attend school safely in person, we're just being kind humans. Please keep this mandate in place so that all students can feel safe and welcome in our schools.
Mike Laskowski. Guys, get those masks off kids and teachers. Come on, everyone is over it. Make it optional. At this point, every school and district makes their own decision. Barrington kids have it off, optional for everyone.
Jadwiga Laskowski. Please make masks optional. At this point, even the CDC announced that they are not effective. Barrington and other school districts are already masks optional, and our district should also follow.
John Eschbach. I support our board, our teachers, and our students. Please continue with masks until the IDPH has determined it's safe to remove them. I support an honest, accurate education.
Jennifer Dahl. I'm extremely disappointed the meeting on Wednesday was canceled. There were several children that wanted to speak to all of you, including my 11-year-old daughter. Who better to hear from than the people this is actually affecting? Now, instead of hearing her actual voice, which she absolutely deserved the opportunity to speak to you in person, I will have you read what she wrote. Hi, my name is Jillian Dahl, and I'm a 5th grader in District 15. I would like to share with you what happened on Monday. I wanted to go to school without a mask because my brothers had a choice on whether they wanted to wear a mask in school. I wanted that same choice, so me and my mom and a few other parents and their kids walked into school without masks. A lady came up to me and said, "You have to put a mask on to go to school." And I said, "No, thank you. I do not want to wear a mask." She told us to sit on a bench while she talked to the parents. The other mom had a sign that said, "Unmask the kids," and she put it outside so other people could see. A 6th grade boy came up and pulled his mask down and smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. Another 6th grade girl walked past me and had her mask below her mouth. It felt so good to see people's faces in the morning again. I felt happy to see that if kids had a choice, maybe some would come to school without their masks. The lady told us that we could not go to school unless we put our masks on. My mom asked for a letter saying why I couldn't go to school, and the lady said that we cannot give that to you. I wondered if they knew we were doing something wrong, and that made me feel concerned and mad. She told the parents that if we didn't leave, that the police would be called. I thought that was a little extreme. All I wanted to do was to go to school without a mask because I made the choice. I was not able to go to school. I have to wear a mask I have had to wear a mask for the last 2 school years. I am tired of wearing it because it's annoying to have it against my face. It traps bacteria on your face that makes me get a rash on my mouth. The rash bothers me. The mask bothers me. I feel like I cannot breathe as well with my mask on. I miss seeing people's faces and their smiles. I cannot see my classmates' expressions. I don't know if they are happy or uncomfortable or sad. Almost every day I find it hard to hear people when they are talking, especially when other people are talking too. I would like to see my teacher's face more. I want everyone to have a choice whether they wear a mask or not. Younger kids are not having a choice compared to the high school kids like my brothers. I don't think it's fair. Please let us have a choice. Thank you.
Zoe Shapira. Dear District 15 School Board, Superintendent Hines, and the District 15 community, I am writing to let you know that I am strongly for mask wearing, contact tracing, and a workplace that promotes health and safety first. I am not comfortable working with people outside of my immediate family unmasked. Evidence supports that vaccinations, masks, and social distancing are helpful in protecting individuals and minimizing the spread of COVID. People continue to get COVID even with masks and vaccinations. I do not want to increase my risk of getting sick because wearing a mask is an inconvenience. Last but not least, I do not want to be a carrier of COVID from my workplace to my family and loved ones when at home. Please honor your teachers' health and safety by keeping masks mandatory. Thank you for your consideration. Zoe Shapira, teacher, CCSD 15.
Kelly Douglas. Good evening, District 15 Board and Superintendent Hines. Thank you for your time and allowing me to present to the board. I am writing to voice my support for mask choice within District 15. As I write this, every surrounding district has chosen to give back the freedoms and choice to the parents and families regarding mask wearing. As a board member, you have the fiduciary duty to stay objective, responsible, honest, and trustworthy. Board members act as a public stewards, which must rule for the community's interests. Part of that fiduciary duty would be to assess a risk-benefit analysis of the situation. This situation needs to weigh the risks of persistent COVID-19 mitigations versus the risks of the virus itself. Let's state what we know about the current risks. We have 2 years of data, and we know with certainty that COVID-19 presents very little to almost no risk to children. Now, I know the counter argument is the risk to the teachers and the staff and the elderly. Let's address that risk as well. Vaccines are widely available, which materially decrease the risk to adults. Teachers are among the highest vaccinated group in the state. The vaccine has been available for over a year and has proven to be extremely effective in keeping vaccinated people out of the hospital, thus mitigating the risk. So I ask, what additional risk do you see to justify continuing to damage the social, emotional well-being of children? In the past month, several notable doctors have indicated the time is now to put children's mental health needs above all else. Dr. Lena Wen, CNN's lead medical analyst, has been highlighting the negative impacts of masking to childhood development. Even within the district, we are dedicating numerous resources to enhance our mental health services. We acknowledge our children are hurting, falling behind in learning, and potentially headed down a destructive path of no return. Yet, we have done nothing to change the root of the problem. These aforementioned points are a far greater risk to children than the virus itself. Our circumstances have changed over the past 2 years, and our policies need to reflect that dynamic. Lastly, roughly 34 states did not have a statewide mask mandate in schools when the year began last fall. As I write this, the number is up to 45 states. We haven't heard of schools going remote or implementing adaptive pauses in the states where children have been attending school mask-free since August. We haven't heard of material increases in community transmissions because children are not wearing masks at schools. How does the science work in 30 plus states, but not in Illinois? We are continuing with this science at risk of serious, of permanent harm to our children. This is not the time to be an outlier when the mental health and social emotional well-being of our children is at stake. Our children have carried the weight of adults' anxiety on their shoulders for far too long. The time is now to put their needs ahead of ours. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Kelly Douglas.
Andre Zielinski. It is prudent to protect the safety of all students in District 15 until all students age 3 through 14 are able to get the vaccine and have had enough opportunity to do so. It would be best to wear masks until the end of the school year.
Lisa Reiswig, I have been a District 15 parent for over 11 years. It has been almost 700 days since my children have seen a smile in school. It's been nearly 700 days since they have been able to take a deep breath at school. This mom has said enough, no more. God entrusted me to take care of my 3 beautiful souls. In turn, I've entrusted you, District 15 educators and admins, to take care of them when they are with you. You have broken that trust. You do not own my children. You can teach and guide and instruct, but their bodies, they are not yours to bully, to threaten, to cloth, or to mask. This is not your decision anymore. It's mine. For nearly 700 days, I've had people tell me, follow the science. I listened to that science, and the science you kept telling me to follow, it has told me children have no risk of COVID. It's told me one way masking works. So tell me, District 15, who did you stop following the science? Are we following a specific science now, the one JB and the teachers union followed to keep the money rolling in? Follow the science, and that would mean mask optional, period. After 700 days, it's time for my babies to have that option. JB says it's okay everywhere else but schools. So you educators who constantly roar, we do it for the children, really think this is it, okay? To tell me it's child abuse, and by handling yourselves as you have been, you are all complicit in that abuse. Forced masking of children because of the unions want their dollars flowing is abusive and wrong. Do not ask me to be patient any longer. You have had 700 days to decide if you will roar, we follow JB, the unions, and the dollar signs, or we do it for the children. Maybe if you choose our precious kids and make mask optional, you'll be one step closer to earning this mom's trust again.
Jeannie Whitfield, good evening. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to voice our opinions on the COVID protocols and any other issues that have emerged throughout the year. Although these conversations can be contentious, I am grateful to be a member of a community that prioritizes collaboration, guided by board leaders who value respectful discourse. Thank you for all you have done to continue to do for our D15 community. In regards to masking, I have concerns about the impact of changing the mask policy that would have, I'm concerned about the impact changing mask policy would have on immunocompromised students and staff. In school, we need to keep each other safe. If one student has a peanut allergy, no one is allowed to bring peanuts or outside food into the classroom. Even if we feel it would be more fun to bring brownies on our birthday or serve granola bars as snacks, we need to keep all of our students safe. We cannot prioritize our own comfort or preference over the safety of our vulnerable students. I work in special education where many of our students have significant physical disabilities. In my own classroom, I have 5 students with diagnosed health conditions, including asthma and fever-triggered seizure disorders. There are many other students and staff throughout our school and district with major health concerns as well. If we take off the masks, it'd be like serving peanuts in the classroom. Many children will be okay, and many will even enjoy it, but several of our students will have put their lives at risk. I am not willing to take that gamble. What do we say to those families? How do we justify this risk? Are we truly valuing all lives equally? In the past few weeks, even with the masking in place, a majority of classrooms in our building have been teaching virtually due to COVID outbreaks. Unfortunately, this is our reality, like it or not. Even if we do not like it, we need to continue wearing masks in our schools at this time in order to preserve the safety of all of our staff and students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dr. Schnorr, can you read the one from Carrie Jones? It's on the next page. The one at the bottom here doesn't have any comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. Okay, Carrie Jones. Dr. Hines and board members, I appreciate all you have done to keep us safe and open during COVID. With the new court ruling on mask mandates, I feel it is imperative for you to continue to follow the science and the law to keep our students and staff and families as safe as possible. We need to continue to keep students 3 feet apart with masks. We need to continue encouraging the students to wash their hands. We need to continue to quarantine students and staff who could infect others. We need to continue to have hand sanitizer around the building. Finally, we need to continue or increase support for our school nurses. They are putting in long hours and need to have strong rules in place to allow them to keep us safe. I believe this is necessary to create a productive teaching and learning environment for the students and teachers. On a personal note, a few months before COVID hit, one of my students passed away for reasons other than COVID. The day after was the most difficult day in my 27-year career as a teacher. The day started with teachers getting together to debrief and put plans in place to help the students handle the news and the emotions that come with it. 5 minutes before class started, I began to sob uncontrollably, knowing that I needed to get it out before the students entered. The students entered. After a deep breath, we then, for 42 minutes, worked with counselors to talk through our emotions and pay tribute to the student, the longest 42 minutes of my career. The district sent us so much support for the week, and it helped tremendously. The students in my class were instantly changed forever, and they still come back to talk about losing our classmate. It has now been over 2 years, and I still struggle with the emotions that come with losing a student. Since COVID started, my goal has been to make sure that I did not lose a student because of a mistake in procedure that we as a district or myself have put in place. This is still my goal. I understand that COVID isn't supposed to kill our young students, but it could. I understand the students can get vaccinated, but aren't all vaccinated. I understand there is a choice. What I can't understand is why I would ever allow my students, or why you would allow my students, to make behavioral choices that could put them in harm's way. What I am asking is that you think long and hard about the decisions you will have to make as our superintendent and board members, and please picture what classrooms will look like and feel like with each decision. I put my family's health, my students' health, and my health in your hands. Thank you for all you do. Carrie Jones, proud teacher at Winston Campus Junior High.
Bonnie Miller. My name is Bonnie Miller. I am a district employee and a Palatine taxpayer. I am unvaccinated. I would like to address the board about the unfair practices of the unvaccinated. My unvaccinated coworkers and I have become second-class citizens here at District 15. The rules are different for us, yet the evidence is clear that there is no difference between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. The facts are in the data you collect every day. How many of my vaccinated coworkers have gotten the COVID virus, yet only the unvaccinated must test weekly? This is called discrimination. If both the vaccinated and unvaccinated can contract and transmit this virus, it makes no sense to continue this policy. Either all test or no one test. This mandate is nothing more than a bullying tactic to get your employees to comply. And for what? A vaccine that doesn't work? We teach our students every day to never discriminate and to never bully. District 15, lead by example. Stop the bullying and discrimination. I keep asking the administration, what is the purpose of this weekly testing for the unvaccinated? It's the same answer. I'm sorry, it's mandated. There is nothing we can do. Well, now that has changed. You have the power and an obligation to change this policy because it's discrimination. By the way of taxpayers, nothing is for free. These tests may be free to me and the students now, but we, the taxpayer, will be paying for it in the years to come. It is time to end all mandates.
Glenn Carlson, thank you for keeping the mask mandate in place. Everyone is getting burned out on this, but the kids are perfectly fine wearing masks at school. My kids would be scared to go to school if the kids and staff were not wearing masks. Hopefully, if we can make it to summer and things will get back to normal by August, but there is no reason to make a change at this point. Nothing has changed except that it has gotten more contagious. Thank you.
Catherine Nickolwich. Good evening. My name is Catherine Nickolwich, and I proudly represent my family. Dear school board, quit stalling. Please vote to remove masks immediately. Every day that ticks by is just more and more mental and emotional damage to our precious kids, especially the 3- and 4-year-olds in the district. I hope all the stakeholders realize our district educates three-year-olds 5 days a week. I would like to see this group be at the forefront of the decision-making process since they are the most vulnerable. Always remember the importance of seeing the entire human face in early childhood development. The principle of seeing the entire human face in social emotional development has been well established for years and is even taught in our schools. There are several peer-reviewed studies across the fields, education, psychology, and sociology to back up this claim. The following study is a prime example, a comparative view of face perception by Leopold and Rolls at the website ncbi.nlm.nih.gov. It is baffling to think the educators and social workers in our district think that masking the mouth of a 3-year-old is acceptable. Our large prestigious district should be using its clout and favor to push back on the Illinois State Board of Education. Likewise, we should be pushing back on the governor's office since we have 12,000 personal accounts of masking in the classroom and its effects. As proud CCSD 15 parents, we like our schools and we love our teachers, so we have kept quiet for the past 2 years. Let's face it, we have all been quietly praying for the famous February 4th, 2022 Saginaw County legal decision calling mask mandates illegal. Now that our prayers have been answered, it's disappointing to see that the district stall and slow walk the mask removal process. Please do not let the power of the teachers union override the voice and parents in this process. Contracts of all sizes are broken, revised every day in the USA. Remember, the unions can be told they are wrong. Furthermore, it is highly ironic that our district supports No Child Left Behind because the district is comfortable leaving children behind, literally behind dirty, wet, uncomfortable masks for hours each day. Thank you for your precious time tonight. I hope I have moved your heart. Act now so our kids can get their lives back. 3-year-olds in America, the greatest nation on earth, deserve better than this. God did not give us beautiful children to have them be muzzled by masks. We all know this deep down.
Veronica Laskowski. I am a nurse, but more importantly, a concerned parent. I want to explain to you how masks work. Masks were never meant to be placed on healthy people. They can be placed on a sick person to prevent gross droplets from being spread farther when a sick person sneezes, coughs, or talks. And we are talking surgical masks. N95s are what we use in the hospital when we're working with COVID patients for transmission prevention, and those at best are 95% effective and need to be fit tested to work properly. What these kids are wearing are cloth masks at best, which provide COVID particles, through which COVID particles can easily go through. We are seeing rampant spread of COVID in hospital settings where almost entire staffs are vaccinated. You can still catch COVID even if you are vaccinated and boosted, but you seem to think that a cloth mask will stop it. The reason why schools numbers that you send out as updates are so low is because children have the lowest risk of COVID, often not even having any symptoms. COVID is a droplet transmission, so when kids do get sick and have no symptoms, it's very hard for them to spread it. Making masks optional does not take the right of any parent who feels it is the right thing for their child to continue to wear a mask. Out of 50 states, we are 1 out of 13 states that still have a school mask mandate. Entire states are able to continue to function and have been functioning mask fee optional. The majority of surrounding schools are mask optional now, yet our district is not capable of this too. The district claims that they want to be transparent, but something is not translating here. This is not about health, as I see the lanyard that the school has placed around my child's backpack at the beginning of the year for symptom checking was recently swiftly removed without notification to me. I have also sent an email to Dr. Hines, who proceeded to forward my email to another person instead of replying to me directly. I long for the day the school is run by an administration who stands for what is legal and right by the children.
Christopher Cones. Hello. Thank you for taking the time to read my comments. My name is Dr. Christopher Cones, Farm D, and along with my wife, Dr. Catherine Cones, Farm D. We have 3 students in District 15, currently in 1st, 2nd, and 4th grades. We are writing today in support of continuing required masking in schools in District 15. Both myself and my spouse have been on the front line as healthcare workers since the beginning of the pandemic. I work in a community pharmacy and my wife works at the hospital. While we have made great strides in the past 2 years in controlling and understanding how COVID-19 is spread, there have been many changes along the way, and continuing to follow the science is important. While there is good data currently coming out about decreased hospitalizations and COVID infections in our state, we are still seeing people, even in this very community, dying of COVID. In fact, a 4th grade student just lost her father last week. Now is not the time to stop mitigation practices. Continuing to be diligent in creating a safe learning environment is important. It is our sincere hope that District 15 will continue the indoor mask policy for students, teachers, and staff until at least the end of the 2022 school year. There is no health risk posed to continue masking. Our schools and district have been doing so successfully for over a year now. However, if a decision is made to remove the masking requirements in our district, a new level of risk is posed to students, faculties, and staff. And my sincere concern would be that we could end up like other parts of the country where we are unable to staff our classrooms and facilities appropriately due to the high numbers of faculty or staff out sick. We also have a child in the 2 to 4 year old group that has not been able to receive her COVID vaccine. We would like to continue to provide protection to that group of children as well. Thank you for your time, Doctors Christopher and Catherine Codes, Farm D.
Monica Holoman. I have one child in the District 15 schools. Over the past 2 years, these kids have dealt with a lot of uncertainty and chaos. From what started at 2 weeks to flatten the curve, quickly turned into almost 700 days. It is not our children's job to protect the adults anymore. It is our job as adults to protect these kids, and the school district is not doing that. We are one of the few states left with mask mandates. So what makes our state any different when many schools across the state have shown optional masking in school works? Living in fear was something we were always told not to do. But that is the same thing you guys are teaching our children now. These children need normalcy. These kids need normalcy and for things to go back to normal. Masked forever isn't the answer anymore. COVID is here to stay, and it's time for us to learn to live with it and get back to normalcy. Vaccines, testing, and masks are all widely available for those who choose to take them. These kids deserve one thing from the board, and that is a choice. For those who feel safe wearing a mask, should have the choice and respect given to them. But that goes the other way around. We should stop acting like each kid can handle things the same, because it isn't true. Each kid has different needs. Mask optional should be the only way. Enough is enough.
Sonia Nielsen. As a teacher in the district, I feel strongly that mask use in the schools is still essential in promoting a safe setting during the era of COVID. We continue to get notification of individuals with COVID multiple times a week. While I realize that COVID is likely to be an endemic, our society is not at a point yet where every individual is safe from disease. Young children and immune-compromised folks still cannot get vaccinated. There aren't treatments readily available, and without the level of protection of vaccines, it is still a dangerous disease. Also, the virus is getting more and more contagious. In fact, I had 2 families keep their children home the week after winter break, and until just recently, a family continued to bring their child home for lunch instead of having her eat maskless at school. Our students are used to wearing masks now. I personally haven't had any negative issues with mask wearing from my students. Of course, we all look forward to the day when these are not necessary, but I strongly believe it isn't the time yet. In fact, it was just a few weeks ago that we were told that a more protective mask, such as a KN95 or better, is essential. The quick jump from high quality masks are needed to masks are an option seems unwise. In summary, I feel like the continued wearing of masks for the remainder of the school year is a small sacrifice that has life-saving benefits. Thank you for considering my opinion.
Tara Schlesser. I would like to know if that CCSD 15 has received or has applied for or is expected to receive ESSER funds or other state or federal funds that are related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Excuse me just a sec. Are there conditions that CCSD agreed to in order to receive those funds, such as continuing to enforce masking in schools, COVID testing in schools, holding vaccine clinics in our schools? If so, are these agreements affecting your ability or decision to make mask testing and vaccine requirements optional?
Beth, as a parent of a child in the district and a district employee, I ask that the district please follow the science. Please develop metrics based on the CDC information that determines how the district will make decisions about not only mask wearing, but close contact and quarantine situations as well. These decisions need to be based on things like the level of spread in our community and our schools, the risk to the population involved, and not on emotions and opinions. Thank you for all you do for our schools and taking the time to hear the input from the entire community. You okay, Dr. Schnorr? You want me to go?
Sorry, I was muted because I was coughing. Okay. I'm writing here today to vote mask optional for District 15. The last 2 years, we have sacrificed a lot. We lost lives, we lost individual freedom, and we lost unity in our communities. There were stay-at-home and shelter-in-place orders, business shutdowns, and travel restrictions. We all did it to keep each other safe, and we did it. Today is not the same as 2 years ago, but the question is, how much more individual freedom are we willing to sacrifice to fight COVID-19? What are we doing with basic human rights when we say that we have to do the right thing because masks work and save others? What we are saying is that in order to do the right thing, we must take away basic human rights away from others. Today, in this case, students and teachers. Also meaning that we are expanding the rights for those who we are doing the right thing for, and that cannot be. We have to vote mask optional. Today is not the same as 2 years ago. Case counts are declining. We know that vaccines work. Everyone has access to vaccines. We know that one-way masking works. If you wear a high quality mask, it will protect you. It will protect the wearer. Therefore, the responsibility should now be on the family to wear a mask or not. As cities across America remove restrictions, the first restriction that should be removed is children, because they are the least medically affected by the virus, but have been the most mentally affected by wearing masks and all the learning implications that come from it. Please make masks optional for our kids, and let's teach them how to be respectful and kind to one another, regardless of the decision their family makes.
Michelle, I am writing to support the district requirement of continued masking in light of the Sangamon County litigation issue. As the Illinois Federations of Teachers stated in an article, it insists that schools continue with masking despite the litigation that took place. As a mom of 2 children who could potentially suffer devastating consequences from COVID due to their underlying medical conditions, masking is crucial to protecting children, especially those like mine who have serious health issues. This is especially important given the fact that only 35% of Illinois school-age children have just one COVID vaccine, and even less, 25%, have both vaccines. What that ultimately means is that all children are walking into a petri dish every time they enter the school building. I ask those parents who insist mask mandates be lifted to be compassionate and considerate of the families who do have medically compromised children and need to protect those precious children. And with COVID, there is no guarantee that even an otherwise healthy child will not have a heartbreaking outcome. That is the risk with the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It is highly unpredictable in the kind of outcome any one individual child or adult will have. I understand the frustration that comes with the mandates, but they are absolutely necessary to protect the most vulnerable. And I do not agree that the demands of the few should prevail over the needs of the many. Additionally, I would be willing to discourse with any parent who wishes to learn more about the risks my children face and the fears I have about them being potentially infected. Please remain steadfast in your position to continue to require masks to be worn in schools.
Alan Browering, members of the board, it is unfortunate that we were unable to come together as a community to discuss the educational future of our children in person. I appreciate the opportunity that we have as parents to voice our ideas to those we have entrusted with the educational success of our children. It is important to remember as parents, teachers, administrators, support staff, and board members that we remember the vision District 15 has had on the website. It states, our vision, preparing students to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, engaged community members, self-reliant, resilient, and healthy individuals who are equipped for continued success. Going forward, we need to reflect on this mission and ask ourselves, are we allowing our children to achieve this vision currently? Our children's educational success is what we must focus on now and always. In regard to the masking or unmasking situation at hand, I urge the board and administration to review the standardized testing data we have for pre-masking and post-masking. If it is similar to other districts in the area, there have been significant declines among all age groups. If allowing masking to become optional increases our children's ability to achieve educational success, then I feel that we need to take this opportunity and enact it as soon as possible. Returning to the vision of District 15, it is a wonderful and powerful statement that we must continue to not only hold our children up to, but also ourselves when we face adversity and change. If we do not have the integrity to live with those same values, who are we to be leading our kids' success? Thank you for your time, Dr. Alan Browering.
Teresa Greenig. Greetings, President Shupai and the board. First, thank you for the dedication you and the board have to our district and its students. This is all more than we all bargained for, and it's okay. We We do all always see eye to eye. That's what keeps us on our toes. As you all prepare for the discussion portion of the meeting this Wednesday on the Sangamon County COVID litigation, I ask you to consider a sentence in paragraph 3 of the letter Dr. Hines sent on February 6th. The sentence is, if a new court order comes out that makes this ruling universal to all school districts, District 15 will immediately comply. The portion I ask you to consider is the immediately comply. We know that this particular ruling put the decision of mask wearing on the individual districts and is not a mandate stating that mask optional is required. Again, it, not so simply, makes it a district's decision. Therefore, the statement of immediately comply leaves the impression as though our district is throwing in the towel and simply laying down. I urge you to do the opposite of the statement by Dr. Hines, and instead of waiting for a potential future ruling and simply yielding, please forward think what options will best serve our students and their safety if in fact the policy change is not mandated, but becomes a district decision. In this way, as conversation, advice of counsel and experts, communication, etc., evolve, it truly is a thought out resolve and not simply immediate compliance.
Christine Anderson. I would like to share my older son's experience this past Monday. After a lengthy discussion, my non-confrontational son built up the courage to at least try and enter school without a mask on Monday morning. Upon entering, he was met by 5 staff members, the assistant principal, a math teacher, a science teacher, another staff member, and a police officer, all telling him that he must put his mask on. I was assured by the principal that this was all perfectly normal. However, that is not only incorrect, it is a lie. On a typical day prior to Monday, there were never 5 staff members posted at the entrance, similar to a situation that occurred a few months ago when students at the school were considering taking part in the national mask walkout. This same school had 2 to 3 staff members posted at every exit door. Of course, I was told that this was solely for the students' safety. However, given how both these incidents were handled, it clearly indicates that bullying and intimidation tactics are being used to ensure student obedience and silencing of their opinions and beliefs. I would never have thought the district's bullying policy would end up applying to the adults in the building. You have been disgustingly successful at brainwashing, indoctrinating, and intimidating our children into blind compliance, submission, obedience, and irrational fear. And it needs to stop now. At the very first meeting I spoke, I said that you have awakened a sleeping giant, and the group of parents who oppose these mandates are only asking for freedom of choice was getting bigger and stronger every day. Parents who had previously held back have finally reached the precipice, and now there is no going back. Our small fringe minority has exponentially grown in size and is here to stay. The fact that you chose to hide from the parents and deny their right and the right of students to speak in the traditional format only further illustrates your cowardice, greed, guilt, and your unwillingness to respect and honor the rights granted to us by God and protected by the government. Mr. DeVore kindly offered the following to parents. While the restraining order can only presently be enforced against school districts named as defendants in the case, as to the students named as plaintiffs, the judge ruled as a general matter that school districts must provide due process of law to students before mandating mask or exclusion policies. Her ruling puts all districts and all their staff on notice as to the illegality of their policies. Any school district continuing to enforce these illegal policies after her ruling are exposing their district board members, administrators, and teachers to potential significant financial risk. Civil rights claims for knowingly violating constitutionally protected rights is a serious issue. This is why almost 300 districts in the state have switched to fully mask optional policies and abandoned the vaccination/testing policies on their own volition. Their lawyers assuredly advise them of these risks. It is possible that you may be continuing these policies in hopes that the appellate court disagrees with the trial court, but that is a serious gamble, because if you're wrong, I am putting you on notice right now that the district, as well as every board member, administrator, and teacher involved, is going to be sued by me for civil rights violations against my children. I have a feeling more than a few parents will be following up on his wise words.
Danielle Branch. It is okay to be afraid. However, fear cannot dictate policy. Public health measures should be implemented and imposed only when they cause no additional harm. Nobody can say that about COVID-19 public health measures as they relate to students and children. COVID-19 mitigation public health measures have done much harm, and the effects of such harm are going to take years to reverse as they relate to students. The list is long: speech delays, social emotional devastation, poor test scores, drug abuse, depression, suicide. I could go on, but I only have 5 minutes. I am happy to provide resources if so needed. The medical community all understands this. Our U.S. Surgeon General has declared the mental health crisis among our children a state of emergency in this country, but adults are too busy playing politics in Illinois to pay any attention. So how can this board and school district begin to address the consequences of misguided COVID mitigations? Let's start with educating staff and students by arming them with all the COVID information. Misinformation can be dangerous. However, withholding information or presenting information with a clear bias also results in harm. Therefore, no matter when you decide to go mask optional, it will be important that you educate staff and students that one-way masking works. This means anyone who chooses to mask, specifically with an N95 mask, reduces their risk of catching the virus, even if others are not masked. It is not selfish not to mask. Please access the following website at https://www.urgencyofnormal.com for a toolkit created by a well-renowned physician who have been brave enough to speak up on the urgency for students to return to normal. They provide evidence-based, nuanced, honest information. They have recently banded together to speak out on behalf of devastating effects of COVID mitigations. There are so many other resources available. Every single one of us over the age of 40 has been part of change in some virus that ultimately led to someone's death or hospitalization. This is not new. There are no amount of mitigations that will remove the death and hospitalization from being part of life. The board can't change that, but you can change the burden placed on our children. Vote to make masks optional. Vote to remove close contact exclusion from school. Once mask optional, it will be imperative that everyone, both staff and students, understand and respect that everyone has a personal and different threshold of risk tolerance. That is okay. Bullying, shaming, and virtue signaling will not be tolerated, as seen in districts 211 and 214 this week, which ended in devastation. I implore you to protect our children. We have it backwards for far too long by asking children, whose risk of severe COVID outcomes is rare, to be responsible for adults. Adults have the tools now to protect themselves. We, the adults, must protect our children. Will you? Thank you for your time. Advocate for all children. Mother of 2 amazing children, Danielle Branch.
Joan Sherrill, keep schools open, say no to voluntary participation mitigation rules. Dear board members, it has been a long couple of years for us all. Just as we are beginning to look forward to more normal spring as the Omicron wave subsides, the ruling regarding the lawsuit over Governor Pritzker's mask mandate has thrown school districts like ours into chaos. It was widely been anticipated that school mask mandates are likely to be lifted within a matter of weeks in Illinois. California and East Coast states that are farther down the peak have already made such announcements. Before we could reach what we felt was the end of a long road, the court battle triggered battles in our schools, and what should be a respectful discussion amongst adults has turned into altercations between students. We all hope that another COVID variant won't emerge and paralyze schools again. However, decisions made today about masking today will set a precedent for future mitigation options. I have seen that many parental rights arguments that students should be able to choose to not wear a mask because students who are at risk can wear a high quality mask to protect themselves. I see the validity in this argument. However, the pro-choice argument frames masking as a personal choice only. By ignoring masks role in mitigating future virus outbreaks, a pro-choice mask adoption policy has the potential to jeopardize schools' ability to remain open and functional. By default, we will be stuck with a voluntary participation mitigation plan. Choose your own rules masking has been tested and failed. Hundreds of schools attempted to allow mask choice that subsequently had to close because they had so many staff sick they couldn't open safely. Some schools attempted to stay open, but learning was disrupted because such large percentages of students were out sick that reteaching those students took up class time. We as a community may not agree on where exactly lines should be drawn and when determining how, when, and what type of mitigation tools and strategies should be implemented. This is to be expected given different personal circumstances and risk tolerance, especially in a community as diverse as ours. I believe we can all agree that our number one priority is for our schools to remain open. If future variants once again threaten to close schools, our best defense is a solid mitigation plan. And if tools in that plan are optional, it is doomed to fail. No one likes having their children masked. If other mitigation efforts are not enough to keep schools open, I and what I believe is the majority of the community prefer masking. As we make our own way down the Omicron surge, let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Lukash Chekchura, I just wanted to say that masking children should be optional. You are not only breaking the law, and you know that since the order is made null and void, but you are knowingly destroying our future generation with these draconian policies. How do you explain to a child that he or she can go to a restaurant without a mask, sit and eat there with much more crowded space, and you cannot sit freely in a classroom? Study out of the UK recently came out that masking has no effect on infections. You are promoting dictatorship. MJ kids are 70% vaccinated. Let those who want to wear a mask wear one, and those who don't can move around freely. America has always been about freedom to choose and not as I say so. Do you all not have hearts for these children? Do you not miss their smiles? Do you not realize that children are asymptomatic? We knew this from the beginning. What happened to all of you? We are surrounded by mask optional districts. Where is the common sense? Why is a person who lives outside of our district making decisions for our district? This is funded out of our taxpayers' money. Time will come for all of you who will seek re-election. Choose wisely, uphold your oath, and have faith and follow the Constitution.
Thank you, Dr. Kowalczyk. It is 10:30. We've been reading for about 3 hours at this point. We have gotten through 105 of them, but we have a number of items that are very important on the agenda, and I would recommend that we publish the rest up on the website and move forward with the business at hand that was to be part of the meeting tonight already. And that would commence with a discussion with regard to our COVID mitigation plans. Is everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Yes.
That's fine.
All right, Dr. Hines, would you like to lead the conversation, or you're on mute?
After 2 years, you think that would be the first thing we would all check. Thank you, Dr. Kowalczyk and Dr. Schnorr. Did quite a nice job reading a lot of comments. And thank you to the community for submitting those comments. We were just about 10 shy of getting through all of them. And as Shupai said, we will post all comments on the website so people can access every comment that was read. Julia, if you could go back to the decision slide. I don't know what number it was in the deck, but I will show you. Looks like this. Options for discussion. Can you see it with this crazy background? No. Do you know the one I'm talking about, Julie? I hope.
I do. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. So while she's finding it, I think what we need to do now is you heard from our attorneys. Becca and I provided you kind of a look back and where we are now and how we've tried to remain agile and shift as guidance or conditions shift. We again came up with 3 kind of viable options that we would like the board to discuss. And I'd also like to hear if there's any other options that we didn't come up with that the board would like to consider. As we always do, I would like everybody to feel free to share, their thoughts, ask questions of my administrative team. So you have all the information that you need to make an informed decision. You've heard from over 100 people at tonight's virtual format, as well as I know many of your constituents out in the community. So you have a lot of information. Hopefully you feel well equipped to have a discussion and ultimately make a decision tonight on how you would like us to proceed.
That was not me.
Sure, what just happened.
All right,
Okay,
so our
Yep.
top down, the first option, maintain our current mask required guidance and safety mitigation measures, essentially status quo.
Mhm.
Stay how we are. The
Correct.
second, aligning our practices with the CDC guidelines. So the only things that change are the potentially the last two on the detail slide, which I can't remember what they were. And then we potentially go to mask recommended but not required,
Mhm.
and leave additional mitigations that we currently have in place that we've been putting in from the beginning of COVID, leave things as they are. And the last, align practices with the CDC guidelines, same as number 2, go to mask recommended but not required, and then remove additional mitigations in place.
Correct.
And any other clever idea that anyone has to come up with. Comments, thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of opinions, obviously, that's stating the obvious, but I don't know. I think that one of the questions, one of the facts that does give me pause is that, there will be a decision on this appeal in relatively short order. And there is a possibility of a situation. What I don't think is a good situation is to have the masks, optional and then revert back at a relatively short time. That's something that, putting aside whether or not the various arguments, and some of them they're very compelling on both sides for sure, but that fact is something, and I'm really not trying to, it kind of sounds like I'm kicking the can down the road, but that kicking the can down the road kind of implies that there's no end date where this decision will become more where this fact of what happens on the appeal. And I think our attorneys have kind of told us that the impact of an appellate decision is much different than an impact of a circuit court decision. And that's my understanding as well. So that's one item that I think needs to be considered.
So along those lines, Zubair, if we, I guess, come to a decision on mask optional, would you say like an implementation date would be like the 18th, which is like after when the appellate court decision's done? Is that what you're kind of proposing?
Frank, if I may chime in for just a moment. So as we heard our lawyers say, they're hopeful that it'll be the 17th. So, we have a little bit of time. We could certainly say after that decision is made, we could align with.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine. I know what you're saying.
Opening up the state at the end of February. I mean, we can set a date. We could set a date to be immediate. But yeah, I think based on what legal said, we hope to hear by the 17th, it would be much more of a binding ruling if it came from appellate, because coming out of Sangamon, we're a non-named district out of a circuit court. We have no duty to compel.
And yes, and that doesn't change.
For everyone's understanding on the call, there are local districts near us that immediately complied. They were, for the vast majority, with the exception of 54, they were named plaintiffs. So they were compelled to comply with a temporary restraining order. Temporary meaning until it was fully adjudicated at the circuit or at the appellate level. So that's why we're here in a different place than District 211 and District 214, which are our feeder high schools.
Right. My own perspective, I'm less worried about waiting for a date that is court determined, because I think we were coming to this anyway. And I would be more inclined to set that date based on what our staff thinks. We've invested in a number of mental health professionals in the last couple of years. And I really think that working through transition time, making a plan, making sure we educate the kids under are watched to make sure that they know what's coming, they understand the repercussions, they understand the choice aspect of it, and the why somebody might continue to wear a mask because they're concerned about family members at home, or they have something themselves to be worried about, why it's okay for some staff to choose to wear masks and others to choose potentially not. I think that education portion, the mental health side of it, kind of the bring it in a way that is logical, makes sense, and kind of puts everybody on the same page would be really important to me.
Agreed. Dr. Laura Swanlin, who is the Director of Comprehensive Mental Health, has already started working with her team on what some lessons might look like, especially coming on the heels of the unfortunate events over at 211. That team has put our cool tools to work, our anti-bullying cool tools, and they've started to develop those in terms of if we were to get to a point where we went to mask required, recommended but not required, how to accept differences, how to accept personal choice, and just worry about your decision and not what your classmates' decisions if you have a different view on masking. So that is something that's already in the works for that moment in time when we do make a decision to, again, go mask recommended versus required.
I'm happy to hear that too, Dr. Hines, because one of the things that I kind of agree. Well, I think we're all somewhat in agreement with what we're saying at the moment as well. But I am with what Lisa was just saying is that I think this conversation was coming, and I think the timing of the TRO, of course, really heightened everything and made both sides of the argument very heated, understandably so. And I think we were going down this road anyway. And I think one of our other board members, when we were having our one-on-ones, when we were kind of discussing the results of this, that we were talking about needing to create an off-ramp. So I don't want to steal someone's thunder. I forget maybe who mentioned that.
Sam.
Yeah, so Sam kind of coined that phrase, I think. And I think that's exactly where we were headed. I think nobody wants masks forever. And I think, especially in light of what kind of happened in 211, if we were to say let's do, masks recommended but not required and start that Monday, I think we would be in that situation. I think it would have a lot of stress, increased stress on the other half of things, where decreased stress on the families that don't want masks. And I think it would just be a flip-flop. I think that we need to prepare for it. And I think we can kind of cover all those bases if we start saying something along the lines of option number 2 here, where, in my opinion anyway, that we go, when masks recommended but not required, leaving the other mitigations in place. Because in my opinion, if we do decrease the mask use, the other mitigation things are going to be a little just as important now, if not more important, to be able to make sure that we're monitoring those numbers and things like that, and monitoring for any spread of the virus. And on that note, I guess maybe, and calling it a number 4, I don't know how creative it is, but I think just kind of adding some little caveats to that, where as we talk about those most vulnerable students, I think we need to have that conversation, so that might look different, that plan might look different, for those programs, and how we can go about doing that in the right way, and making sure that those kind of needs are met. So my opinion would be to do some form of number 2 with a timeline, and kind of work towards that, because I think that would also then encompass what Zubair was saying, where there may be an appellate decision that's just going to trump everything that we say. Whatever we put in place, we may have no choice but to just kind of default to something that we're told we have to do. So putting a plan in place with a timeline for in the near future, going masks recommended but not required, might be a good option, because then we can plan for it, and we can also not be in a holding pattern per se, waiting for the appellate court, but at the same time knowing that may change our plan, which is my thought.
Sure.
So, I
And
mean,
not tying ourselves to the court at all eliminates the yo-yo concept, or the slingshot. I can't remember what she called it, but
Whiplash.
yeah.
Whiplash.
Yep. Frank, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
no, that's all right. Yeah, I was going to say that, the legality of the executive order, I think, is what the main focus of the ruling was. It's not even really getting into whether or not masks are, do the job they're intended to do, or don't do the job they're intended to do. It's more of just, has the executive branch of the government overstepped its bounds and went to change, the law, thought the legislature actually making the change to the law that was necessary. And after, a year and a half, the executive orders really are not really an emergency after a year and a half. So that's where the appellate court will decide. And at that point, like I said, we're going to have to do something. And I think this is coming sooner than later. I mean, in fact, the fact that the governor was talking about getting rid of the indoor mandates by the end of this month, I think this is imminent. So having a timeline, I guess the question would this be a timeline? How would we set a timeline for switching to mask optional? Would it be based on just the appellate court ruling, where we say, okay, let's get everything in place, so when that does come out, we make the switch?
I think we set a goal date. Like,
like I said, we say, how long does it take to actually get
by
things in
March
place?
1st, no matter what, we're mask optional, or February 28th or 26th or whatever. Just we pick a date and then work the plan towards the date in the same way that Dr. Hines has worked, the return to learn plans to dates. And
I agree with that too. And I think that similar to what we've always said all along, whether there's been agreement or not, kind of in the community and otherwise, we've always followed the experts who we believe to be following the science, right? And I know that's been kind of debated in comments on both sides, but we only have the experts that we can follow, because we're not scientists ourselves and we don't know. And I think that where that the opening up of no masks later this month is where that's coming from. I think the science is saying that's where it's headed. And so I think if we kind of follow that direction or that trend, I think we'd be heading towards a safe number in terms of COVID numbers. That would probably where we would be heading anyway, in my thought process. So like a February 28th, March 1st kind of a start, or whatever, a Monday, or what would logistically work, in terms of school offices and things of that nature, around that date would make sense. And then I also would say that we may want to consider, while we have that time to put that plan in place, like, what does that mean? Is that a permanent thing, assuming the appellate court allows that to be a permanent thing, where masks are recommended but not required? Or do we need to then put some things in place, like, if all of a sudden we have these surges, regardless of mandates or government kind of direction, do we then kind of reserve that right to say we need to go masks again if necessary? I don't know. I'm just, kind of throwing that out there. Is that something we kind of have to not fall back on, but just for the safety piece of that, which is why we had them in place in the first place?
That's my thought. I mean, I'm in support of building the off ramp. Like, we know we are at that place again, regardless of this ruling. We were coming to this place because we've had such a significant drop in cases so quickly. We are just coming off of the heels of a pretty high surge. And so we've dropped very quickly. Now we can really start to think and plan, okay, what does this next phase look like? So for me, I agree. I think we have to do this thoughtfully, just like we've done with every other decision that we've made through this pandemic. I would say my opinion would be the earliest we should do it is 2/28, the February 28th, because that's when the rest of the state is going to lift their requirement. I would feel uncomfortable doing so prior to that date at this point. And then to Jim's point around, sort of reserving the right to have to come back to, tighten up restrictions. I do think that we need to have some metrics that we are at least keeping our eye on and maintaining, that prompts conversations at least to figure out, do we need to have additional mitigations in place? So that would be where I stand at this point.
yeah, I think that's a great idea, Sam. And your February 28th puts us on a Monday. So it hits that, go home on Friday, Monday, the world is a little bit different. But if we can have a plan for mitigations, I don't know if that's data driven, Lori, where, potentially Karen and Becca look at the data that we've got and make some decisions. I know that no one is helping us with that. IDPH doesn't have data on it. The state doesn't, CDC doesn't. So we potentially would have to set our own bar.
Right. We set our own, as you know, we present our dashboard every month at the Board of Education meeting. And we showed you the longitudinal data so you could kind of look back to see where we've been. And as I think it was James who said, we had a surge after the holidays and we've really leveled out. And it was as predicted, right? Omicron was climbing and it was supposed to level out in early February, which it looks to be doing, thankfully. And I agree with everything that the board has said. You know, we've had a lot of conversations and it's the push-pull of where can we loosen? Where do we have to stay tight? Sometimes even my leadership team, it's my COVID crew, that's what we call ourselves. Sometimes we disagree, but we have to look at metrics as our driving data source. So, and we were all thinking kind of the same thing, giving us a length of time to do some of the things that we talked about earlier in our presentation. We do have students, as you've heard, you know, so many passionate parents say they have children that have medical fragility issues. We're going to have to work with those families individually. We have some special education environments that we know, Mile, AIM, our multi-needs classrooms. We are going to have to work with the teachers and the parents, and Ann's department does that so well individually. As you know, when they had 1,200 meetings to flip all of our IEPs into virtual plans when we were in lockdown. I don't know that they'll need to have 1,200 meetings because not every child that receives special education services will need some type of medical modification, but we're going to have those meetings. We have staff, as you saw in one of our previous slides. Lisa Nuss and Phil and Lori and her department are going to need to reach out to staff as we did a year or so ago when we offered staff the opportunity to let us know if they needed an ADA accommodation or just an allowance. And we had individual meetings. We wound up having, hundreds of teachers that worked from home. Also, in one of our brainstorm slides, we may need to shift some of our more medically fragile kids or offer the ability for them to learn from home again and go remote. That we may need teachers then, or we may need them. We will definitely need teachers to teach some remote classrooms again. So we need some time is what I guess I'm trying to say. I'm not doing a very efficient job of it at 10 to 11, but we are going to need some time to do this properly.
So if the appellate court ruling comes out, like as estimated, I guess at the end of next week, will we move sooner? Or, I guess how much time do we need to actually move to a mass optional?
To us, I think if our team, from our conversations, and I will share what our team is discussing, and then I'd love to see what you all think, if you think it's reasonable. We were hoping to have at least until the end of February, a 2-week period to get the ducks in a row and to get everybody ready and to have those conversations with our staff, with our parents and some of the students. Does that seem reasonable? Anybody on my team want to chime in?
That seems reasonable to me, and that's assuming obviously that the ruling is upheld.
Mm-hmm.
If the ruling is not upheld, then this is kind of a moot discussion. And I also think we are really talking about. It's the opinions we've heard are very important to understand the significance of everything and to hear it straight from the stakeholders and the parents. But there's a real chance that the ruling about the mask optional for all indoors that Governor Pritzker had announced, when they asked him about schools, I think that the term was weeks hence. I think it was quote unquote weeks hence. So maybe that's weeks after February 28th. But the point is that that's coming soon as well. Yes. I'm not saying we have to wait for that, but that is coming. So it's something it's important to understand the context of when we're talking about potentially going mask optional. It's not something that's going to be an outlier, because things could always change. Like you said, but absent something unexpected, you're going to have the rest of Illinois maybe sometime in, he said weeks. So that could be sometime in March,
And that's the trend everybody's heading in, because by March 7th, we'll be one of 10 states. So, you have 40 states out of 50 that'll have no mask mandates. That's pretty significant, I'd say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what kind of yeah, I mean, I think that there's always, it's hard enough to parse through the advice of various folks in Illinois, than to kind of parse through the rest of the nation. So anyway, I think that I'm in agreement with that February 28th date is kind of if the appellate court decision is affirmed, or the decision is affirmed by the appellate court, then that might be a date to give the schools enough time to adjust and make all the accommodations that are reasonable for those affected.
Yeah, I'll just throw my 2 cents in here. I know there's been a lot of information and commentary shared. And I just keep going back to all the stakeholders with the district. I mean, there's a lot of medically fragile children and staff and families, immunocompromised folks as well. And it's a complex decision. I would be okay if we're moving towards that February 28th date is kind of a guide and a goal, but I mean, that would be the earliest, in my opinion.
I would agree with that. The earliest we could probably do it. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not in any. Frankly, I would rather do it right than do it rush. So just a little bit later than that, I don't have an issue with that.
You suddenly sound like you're in a bit of a fishbowl. I don't know what just happened to your audio.
I don't know how you started.
So did you say do it right versus rushed? I just want to make sure I heard you, Dory.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Okay.
Sounds like you switched to a Mr. Microphone or something.
Yeah. Just keep swimming, Dory. Okay. All right. So I'm just taking some notes here, as we always do. We like to hear from everyone. So Zubair and Anthony, anyone else want to?
I was just going to add, Dr. Hines, too, that just knowing that Wenda wasn't going to be available, Lisa and I had spoken earlier that one of us would just kind of reach out just to see where, kind of where she stood on options and opinions. And she is in line with everything we've been saying. Actually, she had also suggested following what Illinois was planning to do with the February 28th date. And just as in Wenda's track record, as we know, being the data girl, she kind of said the same thing we were all just saying too, that just kind of following the science and making sure that we do look at metrics and things of that nature as we make that decision. And I was going to add too, that since we're going to be looking at, or we probably will be looking at, what matrix are going to help us make that decision as to if we have to go back to masks and things of that nature, that in that process, maybe if we can take a look, I know there's not a lot of help out there, like you said, Lisa, we're kind of on our own with creating a matrix, plan, but there's a little bit of buzz out there. I won't go so far as to say research, because I don't truthfully know if it's research based or not. But the idea that positivity rates might not be the end all be all measure anymore, only because of the increased availability of home testing. So that might not be super accurate. So we might be in our best interest just to see if there's anything out there that might be something we can add as a metrics, or maybe a better measure. I don't know enough about that to make any suggestions, but I just know that it's something that I have read both in emails from the community, but also just kind of out and about, and knowing that the availability of home testing kind of does have an impact on that as well.
Yeah. And then I think too, there's questions around, the mask is one mitigation. But then there's also others that are in this order too, around the exclusions. And so I would be curious from an admin team perspective, like, how are you all thinking about if we did take in a more phased approach in terms of phasing out mitigations? It sounds like we would start with masks on potentially the 28th or around there. And then how would we think about releasing additional mitigations?
I think our team has talked a lot about that over just this 2-year period, right? And the guidance, whether it was from IDPH, CDC, WHO, the World Health Organization, it was layered strategies. It's just like security. You want layered security in a school, or you want layered mitigation efforts, right? So we tried to demonstrate in the earlier portion of the slide deck that we have tried to pull back as we can, right? Or reintroduce things back into the school environment to not just stay so lockstep and rigid. We've tried to be agile to the extent that we can, operating under an executive order and these emergency school rules, that we followed from ISB. We know that we want to provide, good masks for staff that need them, right? You can do a fit tested N95. Some of our nurses and custodians have these. They're pretty restrictive to wear them, but we know we want to provide good masks and make them available to everybody that wears them. Anne, I'd love you to chime in about your staff, who many of our student service related service providers work with children that can't mask. Our OTs and our PTs do a lot of hand over hand or very in close proximity to kids because they have motoric issues. They tend to wear these N95s. We know for sure that we're going to make these available to our staff if they choose to wear them, if we were to go mask required or mask recommended, not required. And then we would like to really just kind of stop there and make, if we go mask, we peel back on masks, we would really recommend that at least for a time, we keep every other mitigation in place. We want to peel these back slowly after we watch how our internal numbers are doing, how our positivity rates are doing. And we want to give our staff and our parents and our students time to adjust to the fact that we're pulling back something that has, whether you believe in masks or not, we've become accustomed to wearing, and we've believed for a very long time that they do help control the spread of COVID. So
what about the close contacts also? Because those are the two main things that were on the ruling.
Right. So I would rather, since remember, we're not named and we don't have to comply. Right. So I would rather let that portion of, if we're going to, get rid of everything else, if we're going to get rid of close contacts too. I think our team would rather, and I know Karen couldn't be with us tonight. I know if she were on this call, she would say, please allow us to focus on the positive, keep kids and staff that are positive home. And then our team would really want to decide if we're going to continue with the contact tracing. And Anne, I would hope, or Becca, you could chime in because you do spend a lot of time with Karen talking about what that might look like.
Sure, I can speak to that. Becca, please jump in too. So what over the last week, mainly what we've been talking about is if we were to look at masking recommended but not required, but still have in place, because it is still recommended, through both at the CDC level as well as within the guidance within our state, of to help us with tracking and knowing the numbers of our community, knowing the exposures, making sure that we have an idea. We have many things in place that have really reduced the amount of time that students need to be out. Thankfully, we have test to stay in place, which allows for, and with the recent changes about a month ago, that it doesn't matter if there was a portion of your day when you weren't masked. For example, a month ago, if you had your mask off during lunchtime, which many students did, or you were exposed during lunchtime, you were not eligible for test to stay. The guidance was updated. So any student who has an exposure within our school is available for test to stay. So with that in place here in Illinois, which is really great, and here in our district, that allows for very little amount of time for families, if they elect into test to stay, for their students to be out. Also, with the recent reduction of the close contact quarantine time from 14 down to 10, and now 5 days of out. If you do not elect to participate in test to stay, you will be out for 5 days for quarantine, but then returning for 5 days with masking, and that piece is mandatory. According to the guidance as is. So we feel that those have really decreased the amount of time that our students are out, and still gives us that opportunity to really monitor, especially with the removal of masks. And with not all masks, but obviously there are going to be some families and some students and some staff that would then elect to not wear masks. And so having the opportunity to measure that and track that and inform families, we feel is it would be an important thing to continue to keep. So our team felt that that would be one that would be important to maintain. And then that very well could be the next one that's considered. So maybe that's the March meeting, maybe that's, end of March at some point. Hopefully we have many changes as we're going into the spring season, that our numbers will just continue to drastically go down.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, I definitely think that the close contact tracing is something that I think could go also. I think a lot of the close contact tracing has been found that a lot of those kids they don't get sick. It really isn't that much of an issue. That's why the whole quarantining has been going down to it's like 5 days now. I just think it's unnecessary at this point. And the thing is, if that appellate court ruling does come through, that would be that's a package deal as far as whether or not the executive order violated the law. So.
And one question for you. So I know you had mentioned that you do have staff that have the high quality masks that are in like a one-way masking situation because students don't have the ability to be masked. I'd be curious your experience in terms of like positive cases within your staff, or because I know that's obviously a concern of a lot of our staff members of being in a one-way mask situation. And so just curious if you've seen higher rates of positivity among staff that have been in this one-way masking situation for a while now.
So I don't exactly know that answer, but I can certainly look into that. Because of contact tracing, how it's been in the past, if individuals if one of the individuals is not masked, that led to, obviously greater time that individuals were out during that, as well as at times based on the number of students that are in a classroom and the number of students that were exposed and or positive students or staff members, those classrooms more often, because of the contact tracing, because of the not everybody participating in masking, had more instructional time that was lost because of having to be out for the quarantine times. We have had transmission in some of our one-way mask classrooms, and I can look. Sherry and Karen are the ones that actually have access to the staff members, and Becca and Lori and I don't have access to the staff members or the students' names or anything like that, but I can ask Karen and Sherry to go through the data and make sure we have an idea of the transmission rates within our classrooms with one-way masking.
That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
I can certainly appreciate why nursing team would want to keep that, in place if we go masks recommended, not required. But I just out of curiosity, I can't remember right now if a student is considered close contact and needs to stay home for what I think it's 5 days now, right? Whatever I think you just said. Are they eligible for remote learning?
Yes.
They are. Okay. I was going to say, if they weren't, that was something I was going to suggest maybe we could incorporate. But if they are, that's great. Then that's fine.
They are. Actually, anybody that's home with symptoms can access concurrent learning. And that is a challenge for our staff. It's really hard to have students in the classroom and students on concurrent. But we're obligated to provide, an education for them when they're home with symptoms. 5 days home, 5 days back with masks. So I do think it's worth talking about for a moment, because if we do go mask optional or recommended, not required, are we going back to the 10-day of quarantine? That's just something we'll need to determine. Or will kids come back, and when they come back for the 5 days, after the 5 days out, 5 days back, are they going to be fully masked, or would they just go back to being out for 10 straight days? So that is a point that we'll have to clarify as we plan what this is going to look like over the next, potentially if we ultimately have consensus on 2/28, turning that calendar to March 1. Oh, Frank is back. I was just going to say, Frank was bounced out.
Internet dropped. So for some weird reason.
Isn't it also, this is a difference if vaccination status also affects some of the close contact protocols, right?
Yes, right. If you're vaccinated, if you're fully vaccinated, you do not need to participate in quarantine.
Yeah, so there you go.
On that same note, I was going to ask about I honestly don't know what was accurate data and science versus just kind of speculation, but I think that there was data out there that showed that transmission from vaccinated to unvaccinated, and it wasn't a whole lot of, like, not a major difference. And my point I'm getting at is, can we consider like just universal rule of voluntary testing with this? So like, I think if I'm correct, right now unvaccinated staff are required to test every week, and unvaccinated staff, it's voluntary. Is that right?
So yes, that is correct. In Illinois, if you are not vaccinated and you are employed for a school district, you are required to weekly participate in testing.
That's a mandate, right? Okay.
Yep.
Right. And some districts didn't allow staff, a non-vaccinated or unvaccinated staff, to test. They just, release them. We did not want to do that.
Sure.
So we provided the test weekly option.
Okay. I had forgotten that was not a mitigation that we put in place, that was something we were obligated. Okay.
Right.
And Lori, just to piggyback on what you had mentioned about the close contacts and the 5 and the 5 with masking, that also pertains to individuals who are positive. They're able to return on that 6th day if they have mandatory masking for 5 days once they return. So that discussion we'll have to have around both positive cases as well as close contacts.
And that'll be very, very important to return on day 6 mask, because the way it jams up our sub situation and exacerbates our sub situation, having somebody out for 10 days is very challenging. So we can build that into kind of the timeline and potentially the plan. Yeah. So Sam, are you good with the notion of this off ramp, the phrase you coined?
I don't think I'm the first one to say that.
That's been out there for a little while.
Great. Let me take a little.
Sorry, man. You can't say that was you.
Yes. No, I am on board.
Okay. And then
I do think the data metrics will be important. That I do want to continue that conversation. And I would like to include in that keeping an eye on how our hospitals are doing in terms of capacity, because from a community spread perspective, our hospitals are just catching up. And so I think that's an important thing that we keep an eye on.
I think that the hospitalization data would probably be the most valid. Because I mean, positivity data, especially with Omicron, it's not that severe and it spreads very quickly. So it's actually, like I said, it's part of the beginning of the end, because it gives people immunity without them getting that sick.
Yeah, I agree. And I was just thinking, if we were moving forward with this as a potential date of February 28th, knowing that we still have some other things that we need to kind of talk through and figure out, how do we, or can we make we're not meeting again until March, right? So
we could have another meeting. I mean,
I'm just gonna say, like, how does that work?
That's
what committee of the whole.
Hey, you do a committee of the whole, and it would just be on this topic. We could spend, a week or so. You could give my team, a week or so to get together with the teachers and get a plan. And we would have a lot to do, but we could schedule another meeting, and we could present our another iteration of the return to learn, reconnect, and re-engage. Get everybody some of the mitigations removed and get our plan out. Would you like to do that, Lisa and company?
I don't know if I would go as far as say like to do that. I'm just kidding. But I think it's
well, nobody likes the idea right now, but
or do you wait at 11, 12, or do you want to just appoint, to a board member or two to work with us on this? And, we could talk.
I was teasing because of the hour right now, but I think it is necessary. And I think it probably, in my opinion anyway, is beneficial that we kind of all chime in, because I think we're all on the same page for the most part, but I think we all have a variety of different thoughts and concerns that we want to probably make sure that are fit in there somehow, some way. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I think it might be a good idea to have another meeting. As much as I mean, this meeting was important, but it was mostly important to hear from the public. And so now that we've heard that, actually, it's nice to be able to process even what we've heard today in a kind of take a step back from everything and come to this next meeting with those ideas in mind as well.
Yeah, so it's kind of say moving forward with that plan, right, that we're kind of in agreement to do that off ramp for the 28th or 28th. I think you said was a Monday, someone mentioned.
It is. I'm looking at my calendar. The 28th is a Monday. The March 1st is a Tuesday. Let's see, we have no school the 21st. The 22nd, it's a student, I'm looking because, we may need that like full week or so. The 22nd is a Tuesday. Oh, it's Dr. Kowalczyk's birthday and a student non-attendance day. So, I don't know if we could potentially get together a little earlier or, what does the rest of the week look like for everybody?
Dr. Hines, I want to mention that the 22nd is scheduled to be the first community information session. Not that you can't postpone it, but that is scheduled for the 22nd.
For Central Road, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Because the hour is late. It sounds like I'm hearing from enough of you that we want to try to find another date. I will put out a little doodle calendar and I can look at the school calendar and whatnot and suggest dates. And then you can all log into that doodle and tell me when you're free. And then when we have a date that works for everybody, we'll notice up. We need at least 48 hours, right? We have to advertise it, post it with the agenda, so on and so forth. So we want to give people a little lead time and our team time to do all the things we'll need to do with our unions and start conversations with parents and whatnot. Is it okay, Lisa, and the rest of you, if I target, let's see, where are we here in this week? The week of the 21st?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll target the 21st. Okay. Now we have another along those lines. It is late and we had some really fun, exciting stuff that we wanted to talk about moving 15 forward. Poor Liz Hennessy's been on the line, checking in and out. I don't know that it's going to do this project any level of the justice it deserves for how hard we've worked over the last year from when we first presented it to you in April to now, not quite a year, but 10 months.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad idea to, if we're going to schedule another meeting anyway, let's start that next meeting with moving 15 forward and then finish it with the COVID plans.
Okay.
And that way, because it's already been so many times it's been pushed, we need to put it out there. But we should do it when everybody's fresh and we've got
what winds up happening is we want the board to hear it first, see it first. And that's why we were presenting it, you an overview tonight. And then in a few weeks, we were going to take the show on the road. So we may have, to your point, Julie, of reminding me that Central Road was supposed to go live on the 22nd. We have to adjust that calendar maybe one last time. I know we've got a couple times now, but all right. So we'll do a cow moving 15 forward and we'll do the COVID. We'll find a fun name, but something related to COVID follow-up. Okay.
We could tentatively do the 22nd for the cow and then do the 24th for Central Road. And that still achieves your goal of the board seeing the presentation first, and then starting the next day with Willow Bend and CLA first, and Central Road second.
Okay.
And I think that timeline works well because if I'm summarizing correctly, like we're kind of in agreement to move forward with the plan of putting a plan in place to be able to be masks recommended but not required by February 28th with all of the mitigation.
March 1st,
March 1st, whatever those things. And so my point being that to do the next meeting, we would just be really kind of hearing the plan that your team is putting together and just kind of finalizing any last details that we may have questions on. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Well, make sure my brain was following all the discussion,
Oh, it's sharp as a tack at 11:17. You got
right?
it.
Right.
Okay, just making sure.
You're with us. Okay. So,
All right. So are we, do you want anything that is on the agenda covered, or are we?
Anna and Liz.
Okay.
Would one of you chime in? Diana?
Yeah,
do you-
yes. You want us to present tonight? Is that where
Well,
we're
we're
going?
trying to decide if we do the cow, we were going to put moving 15 forward, but I'm wondering if Liz, since she's been hanging with us, wants to do the financial now, or if she wants to officially go to bed
Yeah, I
and
know.
join us after we set a new date.
Yeah, she's awake.
21st.
She's awake.
She's there. She just
That's the
texted
first
me.
step.
We might as well present if everybody wants another 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. We could do this. So, Liz, you ready? Run.
Okay, like pump your arms, like get a little blood flow.
Now, ready.
Come on,
So
Liz.
Julie, can you skip?
Yeah,
go
she'll get to it.
So
Mhm.
Diana, just so you're aware, she's not yet on the Zoom call. So if you want to just let her know to
I'll text
join
her.
in.
Up to
Yep.
you. I think somebody needs to call her.
I'm texting her right now.
Okay, because she.
So
just said-
Diana, while I'm getting her on the line, would you at least do 6?
I just let her in the meeting, so she should be in any moment.
All right,
Okay.
you could do your budget amendment, Diana, while we're getting.
Okay,
her.
that's good. Yeah, let's do the budget amendment.
Okay.
So let's get to there. Yes, okay, so what happened here is just that the ISB budget form needed a couple corrections, 2 corrections. So what I presented as far as numbers back in September, that is the same. That doesn't change, but the form itself did not agree with the numbers. And we discovered this after the meeting. So the transfers were overstated by $1 million. We fixed that. And then some of the expense codes, the coding, the function code had to be aligned with the Illinois Administrative Code in the form. So again, they didn't change till revenue expenses. So we have to go through the formal amending, bringing this to the board, and you have to re-sign the form, the state form, and we'll submit it. But those are the 2 corrections, and we'd like you to pass that this evening. Any questions? Okay. So is Liz on?
Yep.
She is on. Hi, Liz.
Good evening.
All right, thank you very much.
So, and you're sure you want to do this now instead of in a week or so?
It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys.
I think this is a lot, Diana. I don't know that this is.
Okay, well, let's wait because it's heavy
What do you
duty.
think? You're the board president. I want this to have its due I want to do it justice.
I feel like it ties in right with moving 15 forward, and it should probably be part of a discussion on the same evening.
I agree.
So that anybody that is interested in the information, both the financing as well as the plan, would have the opportunity to not have to look hard for it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. We agree wholeheartedly, I believe. So, and we'd be fresh to present and discuss.
Yeah.
So Liz, thank you for coming back in, but let's.
Sorry, Liz.
Okay.
Sorry, Liz. Thank you.
No problem. See you on the 22nd.
Thanks, Liz.
Sure.
All right, so we're not going to do that. We've got the
I have my agenda here.
Dr. Hines, do you want to do any part of your superintendent report?
Not in the slightest bit.
Okay.
all right,
double
that actually puts us at minutes. Lisa.
Acceptance of minutes. Let's go through acceptance of minutes. If anybody has board committee reports, we'll do the action items and then be done.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion for the acceptance of minutes 7.1, please?
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the December 8th, 2021 regular Board of Education meeting and executive session as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call. Do I need to roll call or can I just all
I'm
in
sorry,
favor?
I'm here.
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna all those in favor because there's no
Yeah, oh,
money
yeah,
in
you
it. All
can.
those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 7.2, please.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the January 19th, 2022 regular Board of Education meeting and executive session as presented.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Yeah, board committee reports. Anybody have something they're dying to say? Ed Red?
Nothing particular.
All right, 1-5.
Yeah, I will do it because Adriana was very excited to get me an update in advance, so I want to make sure that I read it for them. That they welcomed two new trustees to the board. The mini grants award will be announced soon, and the teachers awarded will be invited to the March board meeting to receive their award. February 14th, we would launch our annual 50/50 raffle. We will sell 600 tickets and split the jackpot with the winner, and drawing will be on March 17th. That's it.
All right, finance?
Finance committee met on Thursday, the January 27th, with Liz Hennessy. So I'm sure she's probably already sleeping right now, but
Lucky Liz.
yeah, we had a good meeting. Again, we talked his 5-year plan and just some of the stuff that we'll be going through the next time.
All right, sounds good. Equity?
We don't have an update at this point, I don't think, unless you have something.
No,
Yeah.
just Lori, whenever we do the portrait of the graduate, just please making sure to send us the details on that for like any outside meetings and things.
So as you know, when we had our meeting Wednesday, it was on the agenda. Then knowing we were going to have a lot of public comment, we took a bunch of things off the agenda. We still didn't get to the couple things we left on. So I will try to put all that back up for the normal March regular board meeting.
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, action items. Motion for 9.1, please.
I make a motion to approve the personnel report recommendations for administration, certified and non-certified staff members as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Hunt, oh, sorry, Khan,
Aye.
Shupai,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.2, motion, please.
Make a motion to approve the fiscal year 22 amended budget as presented.
Second.
Roll call? Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion? Roll call?
Khan,
Aye.
Shupai,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.3.
I make a motion to approve the non-public facility placement contract for Alexander Graham Bell Mont INT for one student for the 2021-22 school year as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Shupai,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Khan,
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 9.4.
I make a motion to approve the non-public facility placement contract for Janine Schultz Therapeutic Day School for one student for the 2021 to 2022 school year as presented.
Second.
Roll call? Oh,
Taylor.
discussion? Sorry.
oh, sorry,
Roll call?
Taylor,
Aye.
Wong,
Aye.
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Khan,
Aye.
Shupai,
Aye. Motion carries. Item 9.5, motion, please.
I make a motion to approve the non-public facility placement contract for Menta Midway Intensive for one student for the 2021-2022 school year as presented.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Wong,
Aye.
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Khan,
Aye.
Shupai,
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Motion carries. Would anyone like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Motion to approve it as is presented, please.
Make a
Aye.
motion to approve the consent calendar items as presented.
Second.
Roll call?
Ader,
Aye.
Iannarino,
Aye.
Khan.
Aye.
I'm sorry, did someone interrupt?
Aye.
Okay. Shupai,
Aye.
Taylor,
Aye.
Wong.
Aye.
Motion carries. Correspondence?
As usual, we include FOIAs we've received. Does anyone have any questions about any of them?
Nope. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Good night, everybody. Thank you
Meeting
very much.
adjourned.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
everyone.